clean this. Grace and peace, grace and peace. Just hit the link whenever you're ready, Elder. We're waiting for you. Grace and peace be unto you from God the Father and our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Let me put the link out here and pin this link up. That link is for no one but our special guest. That's who that link is for, our special guest. That link's not for nobody else. That link is not for no one else. Let me let some of this gentleman play. Let me text Lyrically Outspoken to get us an official. Going on 10 years, we should have one official opening on this channel, and we don't. Tell me what y'all think about this right here.
Yo, man of God, let me show you what that look like. Heavy in the spirit, even though I might look like small body in the spirit. I'm like Suge Knight, knocking demons out. Boo, 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 I tell them good night. I walk by faith and not by sight. I don't care what it looks really like. I go crazy up on the verse. Wait, let me get the hook right. Put some fuel up in that jet. Vroom, vroom, I just took flight. We make demons tremble. Look at him, don't he look shook, right? Gang banging for the Lord, yeah. I be with them members. Them witches sending spells, we return it to sender. I be praising the Lord from December to December. If you got a lot of pride, you get cut down like timber. I feel the Holy Ghost up in this studio, I got the shiver. I got weapons in the spirit, arrows in my quiver.
Well, all right, Lyrically Outspoken. What are your thoughts on that? Hopefully that'll you're like, let me get in there and get some up here so Unc could have official opening. Elder Green, good to see you. Son Powers, I see you. Oh boy, I see Unlimited Key. I don't want to see him, but I see him. This is my life. This is just what it is. Elder, let me call it. Where the bishop at? Let me make sure. Let me tell. Let me let y'all hear that one more time. Where's the link? He said, "Where's the link?" In the comment section. It's in the comment section. Come on.
When I get behind the mic, you know that I deliver. I thought I was lit up in the world. The Holy Spirit got me littered. Hey, Holy Spirit got me lit. Yes, sir. Holy Ghost. Real men of God, let me show you what that look like. Heavy in the spirit, even though I might look like small body in the spirit. I'm like Suge Knight, knocking demons out. Boo, 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 I tell them good night. I walk by faith and not by sight. I don't care what it looks like. I go crazy up on the verse. Wait, let me get the hook right. Put some fuel up in that jet. Vroom, vroom, I just took flight. We make demons tremble. Look at him, don't he look shook, right? Gang banging for the Lord, yeah. I be with them members. Them witches sending spells, we return it to sender. I be praising the Lord from December to December. If you got a lot of pride, you get cut down like timber. I feel the
Okay, let me shut this down right here and get to, hopefully I don't even see. Yeah, he know what I don't even see. Yeah, that's Paul Wall. We were talking about people mixing and remixing. I don't know why I thought the South started that. All right, here's our special guest. Before I even bring him on, I should call Little Mother to introduce our guest. No, I don't know if she's in the office. Let me. People in the back chat already know. I'm gonna go ahead and bring him on. Let me bring this up right here before he say anything. I'm gonna play this, and I might have to play it twice for those that are actually in the back of the church. Sometimes you gotta repeat it again for those in the back. Here we go. This one said let Dunamis into Rep C play too much.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all are quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
Are black Christians gullible? That's the question.
Which is his. Yeah.
Are black Christians gullible? Go ahead, Bishop.
Well, I started out with that video because I wanted to point out the fact that some people think blacks are gullible, period. And it didn't start with Donald Trump. This started a long time ago. And let me give you an example of what I mean by they think black folks are gullible. You see Lee Atwater start out with how the Southern strategy. What was the Southern strategy? The Southern strategy was a way to attract those in the country who have a racist being, how to attract them to a particular party. What do? You use abstract terms. And if you and I want you to play it. After I finish, I want you to play it again so people can know where I'm coming from. Because after you play it the next time, I'm gonna bring it all the way back to today. But the whole point is this: Lee Atwater, back in the 80s, he was a prominent figure in the Republican Party on the Ronald Reagan team. He's one of the reasons why Reagan and Bush came into the scene as president back in the day. What he's explaining is how you use abstract terms in order to attract a certain type of people into your party. Lee Atwater himself wasn't necessarily racist, but what he was doing, he was explaining how do you get as many
giving
people,
them the tools to do it.
Exactly. He was giving them the tools to do it. As a matter of fact, Ronald Reagan, when he first came into the scene as president, he showed up in Mississippi in the place where the three civil rights leaders were killed. All of that are symbols and signs. You have to be able to read between the lines. Now I want you to play that one more time, and I'm gonna play it.
And whilst I play it, do me a favor, get your screen ready, hit the screen share so I can see it, so I can pull your screen up whilst I'm playing this.
Okay.
All righty. Here we go. Listen up, y'all.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
All right. Now here it is. Lee Atwater back in 1981 already given Republicans the playbook of how to get racist on your team. I'm gonna say this again. Lee Atwater ain't necessarily racist. He just given the playbook of how you add people to the team, how you add votes, in other words. He said in 1951, the abstract word you could use, and it wasn't that abstract, was nigga, nigga, nigga. In the 60s, it was bussing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There are certain terms that they use that racists are attracted to, is what he's basically saying. Now that's, oh my.
The screen is. Good to see you, brother. Brother CJ Elder. Good to see you. Somebody asked, is being gullible a sin? I think he's trying to share a screen. I don't believe the screen stopped. I don't believe the Wi-Fi went out. Can you hear me? Is gullible a sin? Okay. All right, Elder. All right, give us 1 second, y'all.
Hey, am I back?
Yes, you are now. We don't see your screen though.
Yeah, I hit the unplug them and everything cut off because my shoot. Let me start off. Where am I at? I don't even see you. Okay, here we go.
Oh no, I'm right here. Hey.
Okay, yeah, but basically, what Lee Atwater was doing, he was giving giving the Republican Party tools of how to attract racist people who are against black culture. Now, today they are using that same playbook. See, back in the day, it was forced busing. What is it now? 2 years ago, it was CRT. What is it today? Today is DEI. These are the terms that Lee Atwater was saying that if you're gonna attract this, it's called the Southern strategy. If you're gonna attract these people right here, because those same states, those Southern states, those are those same slave states from the 1800s. There's still a large section of people to attract to, and guess who Donald Trump found the answer. Donald Trump himself decided that he was going to use the Southern strategy. Why did I say Donald Trump decided to? Because it wasn't too long ago Donald Trump was giving money to the Democratic Party. It wasn't that long ago where Donald Trump was giving money to the Clintons. As a matter of fact, he invited the Clintons to his wedding. It wasn't that long ago when Donald Trump said if he was going to be anything, he's going to be a Republican Party because he know how gullible they are. So Donald Trump is actually using that mechanism or platform or whatever to attract voters, and it worked because that section of our country, and if you don't think that section of our country exists, then you must be living in a bowl or something, or should I say a lot? You're under a rock because of the simple fact. Let me see. DEI isn't our fight. Now, Unlimited Keys, get the point of what I'm saying. I don't care whose fight it is. It's not about us. It's about them. It's about attracting people to be on your team. How do I get as many of these people on my team as possible? I know they're racist, so let me just use abstract code words in order to get them on my team. So it's not about whether we're not getting into whether DEI is for us or not. That ain't the point. They use that. Whoever DEI is for, they use that against us. They call Kamala Harris a DEI candidate. Why did they call her that? Now, I got it. Let me give it because I knocked myself out and got everything. So let me share my screen real quick. This is what we gonna do because I brought some receipts.
Uh-oh.
Let's see, proving what I'm saying. Okay. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's up there.
Okay. Now, talking about DEI, there's this conference that takes place every year. It's called BEYA, and it's basically recruiting, military recruiting of science and engineers. It's a military, let's see. Hold on. My computer tripping. Gotta get this thing back going again. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. You know how it is when you cut your computer back on and start doing all kinds of funky stuff. All kinds of stuff popping up. I gotta tell you what.
Well, while you're doing that, let me see who this.
Yeah, grace and peace, shalom. Yeah, Elder Tim, I actually want Bishop Tim. Yeah, I actually want. I'm glad it's alive. I actually wanted to talk to you about something with dealing with this.
Right? Okay.
I actually had a video two lined up. I want to hear your thoughts on something.
Okay. Because
but I'm not trying to stop your flow, brother. You know.
Okay. Let me come out of this because I can't.
Oh, I want the right screen.
I'm finna go back in. I'm finna go back in.
Okay, you took it down. Okay.
Yeah. Now I got a story I want to share to prove what I'm saying as far as DEI is concerned. It don't matter whether people believe DEI is for us or not. The point is that they use that against us. YouTube.
But now, Elder Tim, you don't think from why I view it, when Joe Biden got Kamala as his vice president, he did it because she's a black woman to kind of balance things out.
He did it because she's a black woman.
I'm not saying she doesn't have a career and whatnot, but
that's all that matters.
Elder Tim, you could have told other folks, but it seems with Biden there was an incentive.
So all these years, when you pull up the pictures of all these presidents and they're all white, did they choose all white presidents because they're white? Are you saying all these years they are the most qualified? Nobody else qualified.
I'm saying Biden. I'm saying there's a politics that go into who they pick, where they're from. Like if you have, who was it? Kennedy, a northerner from Massachusetts. He chose a southerner like LBJ to balance the.
So that's DEI, right? That's DEI. So why accuse? Huh?
Go ahead.
So why accuse Biden of using DEI when it's been DEI all along? Choosing according to your particular likes, basically is what it is. I mean, he wanted a black woman. There was a black woman qualified. He chose her. You know what I'm saying? That's just what that is.
Okay, Elder Tim, Clarence Thomas. Thurgood Marshall dies. Need a new Supreme Justice, right?
Yeah.
So you don't think DEI put a fact with Clarence Thomas getting his job? Clarence Thomas.
Wait a minute.
Clarence Thomas.
Say that again.
You don't think DEI played a factor with Clarence Thomas getting his job?
It probably did. So, I'm not. See, you think I'm demonizing DEI? I'm not. What I'm saying, they use what I see. You got to follow where I'm going. What did Lee Atwater say? Lee Atwater said you got to use certain abstract terms in order to attract a certain section of people in this country, and those are racist. So you use, back in the day, you use nigga, nigga, nigga. Then you start using house, busing and taxes, cut taxes, all that kind of stuff. Now, this day and age, the buzzword is DEI. 2 years ago, it was CRT. You know what I'm saying? People who are of that ilk, they are attracted to that type of talk. And only thing I'm telling y'all is this: President Trump adopted the playbook, and he's using it to a T. Once I black engineer, yeah. Once I get this up about these engineers, heck, I had it, but I tell you what.
Okay, but Elderton, you don't think Elon Musk played a factor with the DEI and all that kind of stuff?
Of course, he plays a factor. I'm getting into that too.
Oh God, go ahead.
You got to remember. You got to remember that's
South African.
He's South African. That's also Trump's pick. That's his boy. That he's doing exactly what Trump wanted him to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the realness said welfare queens, urban.
Thank you. Somebody know Lee Atwater. Let's see. Oh man, you know what? Go ahead.
Are you trying to pull up with old buddy? Not God, the other civil rights guy. Not Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson, about what he did in Silicon Valley. Oh, Tim stepped away. You're muted, Marine.
I said, go ahead, pull your video up. Let me get my coffee out this
yeah.
plate. Oh, dispensation. I didn't pin that. I got to get on this other thing. I'm still trying to get my security stuff together. I'm on different channels. I'm doing too much. I'm gonna put the link back out there. Elder Tim, that's for Elder Tim.
Because my thing I want to ask for Elder Tim.
No, right? I thought you wanted to put your screen up so I could.
I'm pulling my screen up. With Black History Month, right? I
go ahead. I gotta get some out the microwave. Go ahead. You just go ahead. I'll mute myself.
Yeah. I just want to have a conversation about with Elder Tim, the civil rights movement, communism, and then there's the ultimate question with all this. But let me share my screen. Well, first, let me ask y'all this: is America a Christian nation? Did it start out as a Christian nation? Is it a Christian nation? Fair use.
Today, do me a favor before you start playing this right here. I don't know about Elder Tim. I don't know about everybody else, but my patience running thin with you. Don't come in here. You talking about telling them about preaching. Don't come in here lecturing now. Don't come in here with that with 1,000 questions like the feds.
No, ain't no. I just need that one question to understand how people know. So America's not a Christian nation. That's all I need to know, and that's the base of my premise. Yeah, no, that's the base of my question. Never. Okay, fair use.
We're going to talk about the atheist, communist connection to the civil rights movement. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about that today. Now, I want you to like, subscribe, follow me on X, because you know you don't try to block me, but we're not going to allow it. So we're going to talk about the communists and the atheists who started the civil rights movement today on the Vince Everett Ellison Show. All right, let's get this thing started. Yeah, we're going to talk about it today. Okay, we just ended February. And everybody know that February is Black History Month. I always thought that Black history was American history, but that's a whole nother thing. But again, they decided to make February Black History Month. Now, I call it Black Liberal History Month because that's who they usually talk about, nothing but Black liberals. But it's something they don't want to tell you about Black Liberal History Month. They want to talk about the Civil Rights Movement. You know, they always talk about the Edmund Pettus Bridge when they walked down that bridge, got hell beat out on that bridge. And they're going to talk about the Civil Rights Movement when, Black folks got water cannons and dogs and beat up by the police and all that kind of stuff. They're going to always talk about that to try to make America live in condemnation, make white people in America feel bad about what they did to Black people, so they'll give them free stuff and tell them, we shall overcome, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. We heard it all before. Well, what they really don't tell you is that with all that fighting and all of that hell raising and all that marching and all that sweating, Black people still at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America. Every one. When it comes to family breakdown, number one. We're at the top of everything bad, at the bottom of everything good. All right? Home ownership, bottom.
Hold on.
Graduation rate from high school.
Stop that
bottom.
video for a minute. Dispensational Tim, somebody said
Tim
was about to take y'all down the Jamal Bryant rabbit hole. You heard it, what he said? We're at the top of everything bad and the bottom of everything good. Just say, Tim, you want to say anything on that? Because Dumas come up in here and jack the whole show. But you already know that. Go on.
Well, actually, my computer tripping is what jacked up all my videos I had. But yeah, the thing is this: we've always been on the bottom of the totem pole, and we're still on the bottom of the totem pole. And even when things get better in the nation, we still at the bottom of all the good. You know what I'm saying? As far as employment and this, that, and the other. Every time you look at it, we're always at the bottom. Now, I don't know what this guy's motivation here is that's on the screen, but the only thing I wanted to show today was the fact that President Trump is using the Lee Atwater playbook.
Let me put the link up there for little mother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
And it's just as simple as that. He's using the Lee Atwater playbook, and I can prove it with this DEI thing and this Doge thing. Because one thing I need people to understand is that in this country, according to the Constitution, we're supposed to have separation of powers. But it's hard to have separation of powers when people are so affiliated with parties, to the point where when you get your man in office, all of a sudden the legislative and the judicial all of a sudden toe the line because of party affiliation. How in the world are you going to have a government of checks and balances when you're always towing the line for whatever party is in the White House? And that is a major problem in this country. It's against the Constitution. What President Trump doing with Doge and Elon Musk is against the Constitution, because if nothing else, Elon Musk is supposed to appear before the Congress. He's supposed to appear before the Congress before he even gets the opportunity to look into your Social Security business and look into your finances and this, that, and the other. He got a hold of all that stuff from the IRS and Social Security. That's against the law. That's against the Constitution. Now, let me prove what I'm saying. President Trump is doing all this stuff by executive order. Back when Obama was in office, anytime Obama did something by executive order, they had a fit. They said he was acting illegally. He was bypassing Congress. But now you have Trump bypassing Congress, doing the same thing. And guess what guys like Chuck Grassley say? Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Actually, there is. But no, but only thing I'm trying to prove, and to be honest with you, I already know everybody's convinced in their own mind who's who. I'm glad he keeps slipping and saying Obama. Oh, yeah, okay. But get what I'm saying, though. Get what I'm saying. Why is it that when your man's is in office and he does all these executive orders trying to phase out anything black resulting anything related to black culture, he's trying to phase it out, and we have proof. You know what I'm saying? Once I get let me pull this up real quick. So you already got it.
I wasn't sure if you was in the office or not, so I said I wasn't gonna send a link to you, but I'm glad you popped in. Go ahead, Elder. I mean Bishop.
Yeah, here's one of the proofs right here of them using DEI as a way to phase out black culture. This is some proof that they don't like you. Check this out. Military organizations have backed out of an engineering, science, and technology conference set for this weekend as part of a new Pentagon policy that bans diversity-focused events. The Becoming Everything You Are conference, formerly known as the Black Engineer of the Year Award Conference, has a record of supporting and celebrating military employment as a civilian or service member, and has consistently helped the Defense Department recruit hundreds of young professionals, said Tyron Tabon, a publisher, chairman, and CEO of Career Communications Group, which is behind the nearly 40-year-old event. The conference, held each February in Baltimore, is focused on careers and mentorship in science, technology, engineering, and math. Last year, the Army recruited about 300 people. Tell me that the Army don't need more mentorship in science, technology, engineering, and math. That's a good thing, right? Those are the best that our community has to offer. This conference. But given the push from President Donald Trump's administration to end all forms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, the Defense Department has ordered all its organizations cancel official participation in this weekend's event. You got to be kidding me. The federal government had committed to spend about $1.5 million on the event. So you mean to tell me that you have a conference with black military leaders, and they are scientists, engineers, and they deal with technology and this, that, and the other. So you mean to tell me the United States of America have adopted an attitude or an idea that figures that they could not, that the Army cannot use some of the best that we have to offer in our community? Tell me exactly why this program has to be obliterated. Tell me why. Because there's only one reason, huh?
Where they're caught stealing, I said, where they're caught stealing.
Maybe they was what?
Caught stealing.
Caught stealing? No. Let's deal with honesty, gentlemen. Let's not make up stuff, brother. What I'm saying is, brother, if you know of something, if you know of a real reason, I didn't say no probably. If you know of a real reason why the Army cannot use mentors in science, technology, and engineering and math, tell me. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I have questions today. I want to know why. But see, the thing is, they've given their reason why. It's not only is it in the it's here in the article. It's all over the news. It's all over. If you're really paying attention to what's going on today, they're using DEI to expunge the black culture. That's
Okay,
what I'm
L2.
saying. Hold on. Let me read it again. Let me show it to you again.
Yeah, no, you can. Yeah, no, I'm saying L2. Now, I hear what you're saying, right? I went to HBCU myself.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times with black programs or minority programs, they tend to be underfunded. The fact that that's $1 million, I was shocked you said that number because that's very low. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Especially dealing with the military, right? Now, in my mind, if I can guess, right?
If you could guess, well, go ahead and guess, brother.
No. I'm saying I'm not. I'm just speaking to something else. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't know. Hold it. With Elon Musk's plan, right? They want to cut funding and whatnot. It's easy to cut these rinky-dink programs, not because of the quality of the people who run the program, but because they're underfunded. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? And it probably they might not get as many engineers and scientists from it, so it's not as cared. So they probably try to cut all this funding with smaller programs, so they can put into programs that have better support and champions. And
like what? Like what?
I can't speak exactly but they're in an old boy system.
So you just said one thing. You just said one thing that the article already last year, and they do this every year. Last year they recruited over 300 people. You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me the Army can't? Huh?
No, I mean like a lot of times our numbers they're good numbers and they're good engineers and scientists, but they're not as high as other groups.
That's the. You know what? You just hit the nail on the head, brother. So in other words, other groups, they can find better recruiting in other groups besides the black groups.
No, I didn't say they can find better recruiting. I said our numbers
you just said
aren't
other groups.
No, I'm saying because like when they go to black universities, the black universities.
This isn't a university, brother. This is the military.
I know. At the time, our numbers are smaller, so they it's easy to get rid of those programs because it's not going to make too much of a fuss. Someone can write an article about it. Oh, let me just say this: someone can write an article, and there might be people who say certain things, but a lot of times, like the Black Caucus probably not going to do anything about this. They're just going to kind of make speeches and campaign, but I don't know how much they're really going to do. If you know what I'm saying.
That's not the point. I don't care what the Black Caucus is going to do. My point is, and I'm just giving this. No. Let's not start creating brand new arguments, Dunamis. That's not my point. My point is this, and this is just an example. This ain't don't think this is the only thing. I mean, I don't know if y'all paying attention to what's going on, but let me give you another one. Give me a reason why in the same military, this same ordinance caused them to cancel out the contributions of the Tuskegee Airmen, and they had to raise Cain in order to put it back because it was obviously and blatantly racist. Why did they initially, with the same program, get rid of the contributions of the Tuskegee Airmen? Can you explain that one?
I think that the Tuskegee Airmen program, from what I've seen and heard, that was just a casualty of what happened. It wasn't intentional.
That's the lie they told, brother. That's the lie they told after they got caught. That's the reason they brought it back. But see, why is it that only the black programs are accidentally being abolished?
Because that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. With a lot of black programs, there's not black champions, and they're not as funded. So that's the whole thing. There's not who's really gonna say something.
That's not the point. It ain't about who's gonna say something. The point is why are they doing it in the first place, Dunamis? That's the point I'm making. I'm not trying. I don't care. I don't care whether DEI is for us, against us. I don't care if anybody champion it or not. My point is these programs that were already there. Why are they the ones getting abolished? And I already know why. It's telling you. The rest of the
black.
article is
Because they're black. They're black programs, and they're not valued by certain folks in the
exactly, which is the same argument they had for CRT, right? And CRT, and they accused CRT of being taught in middle school, and CRT had nothing to do with the things that they were associating it with. They associated CRT with Black history. People start catching on. People start catching on and giving better arguments for CRT. Now they moved on to DEI. But guess what they're doing with both programs, CRT and DEI? Getting rid of Black history. And my whole point is this: Donald Trump caught fire because he's playing from the Lee Atwater playbook.
Now, Elder Tim, I don't think you can really equate DEI with CRT.
I don't think you can either, but they doing it. That's the whole. You actually speaking to the choir, but they're doing it and they're using it for the same reasons.
Now, Elton, let me play a little bit of this. Let me hear your feedback on this. Fair use.
We're going to talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how the Democrats are going to use it as a Trojan horse to control the Black community and the minority communities here in America. Today on the Vince Everett Ellison Show. All right, let's get this thing started. Today we're going to talk about DEI. Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Or maybe it should be discrimination, exclusion, and inequality. Because that's exactly what it is. Tell me something. Is there anything to be learned from the second kick of the mule? You kick you in the face, bam, kick you in the face, bam, that hurt, kick you in the face again, bam. A person that does that, something's wrong with them, right? They're gluttony for punishment, they're crazy or something. Mule just keep kicking them, bam, he keep putting his face down there and letting the mule kick him, bam, bam, bam. Is there anything to be learned from the old saying from the Iliad? Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Yeah, it came from the Greeks, the Trojan horse, going into Troy, Greeks hidden inside. They jump out, destroy the city, kill everybody. It just says don't accept gifts from your enemies. But then, is there anything to be learned from the old saying that some people say is attributed to Albert Einstein? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. I would say there's something to be learned from all of those. All but not the Black community, especially not Black Democrats. Black Democrats got to be some of the stupidest people that ever walked the face of this earth. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, I think to call Black Democrats stupid will be an insult to stupid people. Because here we are again, after 220 years of white Democrats treating you like a dog, beating the hell out of you, discriminating against you, slapping you around. I mean, the party of slavery, the party of the Confederacy, the party of Jim Crow, now the party of transgenderism and abortion up to the 9th month, taking your guns away.
Go ahead, Elton. You want to say something?
I'm not here to defend Democrats. This guy is just talking about Democrats. I'm talking about how, I'm going to say this again, I'm going to be real clear. I am talking about how President Trump is using the Lee Atwater playbook in order to call in order to call in those people in this country who have a racial bend to them. It's called the Southern strategy. He's using the CRT argument. In this day and age, he's using the DEI argument because there are other things that they are doing too. They're canceling out black scholarships? Why are they counseling out scholarships that'll help a community to get ahead as far as college is concerned? Give me a concrete reason why you would kill black scholarships. And the excuse is not, well, nobody will step up for it. Why are they doing it in the first? Because it's already implemented. We've been doing this for years. The United College Fund and all of a sudden these programs are not getting funded. Why are we doing this? Listen to what Lee Atwater said. He said it in 1981, and it's working. I'm not here to defend Democrats, because guess what? Yeah. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat.
I know you're not. I know you're not. But Elder Tim, I didn't know what you were going to talk about. So that was the first video I saw. So I know you're not here to necessarily defend DEI or Democrats. I think I found one right now that talks about the dog whistle with DEI. Let me can you put my screen up? You want to talk about how it's being used as a tactic, like other things, to target minority groups, particularly blacks. Pretty much.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, I get your point, but Elder Tim, I just want to be like, fine. Let me see if this one can break it down a little better. Fair use. So again, this is on the fly.
When we think about coded language and dog whistles, there is no bigger dog whistle today than the acronym DEI. DEI refers to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what's interesting is that no one will come out directly and use the full words and say, I am against diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because if you were to come out and say that, you would look completely ridiculous. Who would be opposed to having a diverse business environment? Who would be against having a diverse business environment? Who would be against having an equitable work environment? Who would be against having an inclusive work environment? Only the most silly of people would say, I am opposed to those things. And yet we have an entire segment of the population who probably doesn't even know what the acronym stands for. And
so like this, the new N-word, Trump purge of DI program licenses black leaders in South Florida. Pretty much what you're trying to establish, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let it play.
Go ahead.
Are staunchly against anything DEI. And let's be clear about how DEI is being used by this administration and by right-wing circles. It is just a coded way of saying black, because the narrative around DEI from right-wing circles is that DEI means unqualified. And they've tied that through the narrative that they have had to working class Americans by saying the reason why you are having trouble finding jobs is because of unqualified black people or unqualified immigrants taking those jobs from you. And that fundamentally is completely wrong. But when you're dealing with an uninformed voter base that doesn't know any better or isn't interested in knowing any better, that tracks. And that is why there is this level of backlash against DEI. Now, how does DEI actually work in practice? DEI isn't a quota system. It isn't a system of handouts. The way it actually works is that if you have two qualified candidates, two equally qualified candidates, your hiring decisions should factor in some element, access to opportunities, that isn't considered without DEI being in place. That's how it's supposed to work. But is that how DEI has actually worked? If you ask the average person who is anti-DEI and you ask them who's the beneficiary, they're automatically going to say it's minorities and black people that benefit from DEI. The data tells a completely different story. While DEI was created to give more access to opportunities for underrepresented groups, who actually benefited? White women were the biggest beneficiaries, and over 40 white men and veterans in particular were the biggest segments that benefited from DEI initiatives. And you have the perfect example of a DEI winner in the case of JD Vance. Was raised in the poorest of economic circumstances, went to the military, and because of Yale's DEI program, he was able to get into Yale Law School thanks to the efforts of DEI.
Elder Tim, how old is DEI? Because if JD Vance benefit from it, is it recent or new? I'm gonna let this play. Oh, he might step away. Fair use.
Oh no, I was muted. My bad.
Oh,
but no, DEI is just another program. Yeah, exactly. That's all it is.
Yeah, and like you said, I didn't think about it, but I can see how veterans do have a boost with, you know, saying having some kind of number in and that kind of stuff, get to the front of the line.
But the problem is they're using it against black programs. That's the whole point.
I can't see.
They're not, they disguising it as if, well, all programs that is cultural based, they're getting rid of it. But for the most part, they're getting rid of black programs.
All right. And now let me read this. See, Phil Fox said, we still need to talk about why DEI was needed in the first place. We continue talking around the real issues. Attacking DEI is everything other than the real issue.
And what's that? And I like it. What's that real issue?
I don't want to deal with y'all. And Elder Tim, Leo saying you have your presentation ready. I'll let this finish if you want to get your slides up or whatever you have.
Now I gotta pull everything back up. Let me see. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let me share this.
Elder Tim, you're not Elder Green. You ain't gotta get no book out. Flip back to the page. Come on now. I had to put books up.
Hey man, I'm older than Elder Green, so come on now.
Yeah, not you.
But let's.
I see what you're saying though. They ain't a minority. That's what's wrong with DI. It's not about minorities, it's about special interest groups. Yeah.
It's about special interest groups. I mean, that's a vague statement
LGBT,
because
women, etc. Special interest groups.
Yeah, well, I know what special interest groups is, but what I'm saying is the special interest groups that's being attacked is the black special interest groups. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. You got this program. You got this program of engineers for the military that the military actually depend on that program in order to bring some of the best out of our community, engineers and this, that, and the other, into the military. And they're cutting that. They're cutting that program. Why? And like Dr. Phil Fox said, we're talking around the issue, but I was just trying to build the issue up. That's the reason I started out with Lee Atwater. The point is this: there's a large section of people in this country that still operate from old American tropes, the black codes and this, that, and the other. That idea is still embedded deeply in this country, to the point to where if you want to win an election, take Lee Atwater's Southern strategy and modernize it. And that's what they've done. 2 years ago, they used the abstract term CRT. Now you got everybody thinking something is evil about CRT. CRT wasn't nothing but a study by a group of lawyers that was studying the effects of racism on a particular on society as a whole. That's all it was. They turned CRT into Black history and started accusing the kids coming home, showing their homework, proving that they were teaching CRT in the middle schools. False. Now it's DEI. You know what I'm saying? They taking DEA. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying let me finish this because there's something I want to bring up, right? With DEI, but let me let this finish with the dog whistle. And could it be something else? Let me let this play though. Fair use. And Elder Tim, if you got, do what you gotta do, get your presentation back up.
This is my presentation. Really, Lee Atwater is it. I got some stuff.
Fair use. Fair use.
And now that he is on the national stage, what is he doing? He's pulling up the ladder on everyone else that could have taken advantage of DEI policies to build a better life, because he doesn't believe that you should have access to it. And that is typically what happens when you're talking about any of these policies. White people in general take advantage of the policies through a number of different ways. And when they have achieved a level of success, they remove access to these opportunities from everybody else that could benefit. That is what you're seeing here with the anti-DEI movement that has infested this administration. Each of these people in this administration really objectively is not qualified to hold the seats that they have. They are the use case for why DEI needs to exist, because without DEI, you have vast numbers of unqualified white people holding positions of power and influence simply because they know somebody or they kissed enough ass. That is the use case for why DEI needs to exist, so that everybody has an equal shot at getting that opportunity. Why is there this open assault on DEI? The open assault on DEI exists because too many of the non-elite whites are rising to a level that the elite whites don't want them in. The broligarchy, the millionaire and billionaire class do not want you sitting at their table. That table is reserved for old money and the billionaire and millionaire class. And no matter how much you achieve as an average guy, you're not going to be allowed to sit at that table. That is why they're acting against DEI. They want a table full of elite white men. So for all of you who have benefited greatly from DEI, and I'm speaking specifically to white women, white men and women over 40, and white veterans, this is an attack on you because they don't want you in the same spaces that they're in. So when this goes away, it's going to be you that is most impacted. And you know what else is interesting to learn? When you look at the data, the demographic that saw the least amount of gain from DEI and affirmative action, Black women, followed by Black men. These programs were designed to benefit the historically marginalized groups within the US. And when you think about who has been most historically marginalized, it has been the Black community. And they've benefited the least from DEI and affirmative action. Who has benefited? The majority white population has benefited. So while you may be cheering that DEI is going away, understand it's going to be you that is impacted by it, because it's closing off entire segments of opportunities from you. It's preventing you from getting to the next stage and creating a better life for you and for your kids. This is the billionaire and millionaire class and the broligarchy doing a full frontal attack on your opportunity for a better life. The quicker you understand that, the better off you're going to be.
Hey, Dunamus, check this out. Anybody that has me as a friend on Facebook knows that I am 100% behind what this brother said, because here's the deal. Blacks are the first ones to get hit all the time. But actually, this is a fight against the middle class. See, the oligarchs only want the rich and everybody else. They don't want no in between. You know what I'm saying? They are purposely, the rich are purposely trying to get rid of the New Deal made by Franklin D. Roosevelt. They're trying to get rid of that. They don't care whether you're white or black. If you ain't rich, you ain't supposed to be at the table. That's what the bottom line is. Now, let me get to the crux of it. check this out. I want to show y'all something. This is Chuck Grassley. Now I'm finna really make some folk mad. This is Chuck Grassley. And
I don't know.
It says right here, prepared floor statement of Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, ranking member, Senate Judiciary Committee, and this is what he presented on the floor in the Congress, the Senate, on the Senate floor. This is what Chuck Grassley presented in 2014. Check this argument out. I'm just to build off this one. This is what Chuck Grassley said in his State of the Union address last January. He's talking about President Obama. President Obama announced what he called a year of action. Armed with a pen and a phone, he promised to take action where Congress wouldn't. Don't that sound familiar? Oh, yeah. Sound like Trump, right? Oh, yeah. Armed with a pen and a phone, he promised to take action where Congress would not. At the time, talking about Chuck Grassley, I warned that these threats were a gathering danger to the separation of powers established in the Constitution. Let me say that again. Established in the Constitution. I'm warning anybody that got anything to say about this. I have a Constitution right here in my hand. You can pull it up, and I can show you where Trump is doing 10 times worse. Chuck Grassley is upset because Obama is using his executive powers to pass programs and bypassing Congress. Yeah, it's called an executive order. What else does he say? The president is now threatening to implement a mass amnesty from our immigration laws by executive fiat. I haven't even heard that word by executive fiat this go around, but I heard it a lot when Obama was in office. He plans to act without the support of Congress or the American people. That sounds like Doge, right? Oh, yeah, that's Doge. In fact, he has conveniently waited until after the recent elections to do so to avoid being punished at the ballot box. Check this out. The executive order will be the culmination of his self-proclaimed year of action. The president may think of this executive action as a political victory in a year filled with so many failures and defeats for him and his party, but history will surely view it as a serious blow to the systems of checks and balances established by the framers. Check out how he keeps going back to the Constitution. This is against the law. This is against the Constitution. In reality, this was a year in which the president's abuse of executive power came into clear focus. Brothers and sisters, this is what Chuck Grassley, and it's long, I can keep going, but I don't have to because you get the gist. Let me read one more paragraph. Today, I'd like to review President Obama's pattern of unconstitutional executive action this year. I'd like to explain why the mass amnesty he is threatening is merely the latest in a long list of abuses of his executive order. And I'd like to offer a few thoughts about what the Senate can do about it, but what the Senate can do about these kind of abuses. There's the key right there. He's fixed to tell you what they can do about the abuses of the executive orders that President Obama is implementing. Here's the problem. Chuck Grassley is still in office. Chuck Grassley is still a senator. But then Chuck Grassley all of a sudden in another in an article about Doge and how President Trump is bypassing Congress. Guess what this same Chuck Grassley said? He said there's nothing they can do about it. People all over the country are flipping their lid, and I'm not talking about just Democrats. The Republicans are as well. They are showing up in these town hall meetings, and they going off on these weak senators, talking about they can't do nothing about the fact that President Trump is bypassing Congress. But they had a whole lot to say when Obama was doing it. I'm not saying whether executive powers are right or using his executive powers are right or wrong. Don't dismiss my argument. I'm showing the biases. Now, all of a sudden, your senator can tell you in 2025, oh, there's nothing we could do about it. But in 2014, there was a lot you could do about it. You know what I'm saying? Plenty you could do about it. That's what's called hypocrisy. That's the reason I said before, the fact that people are so party affiliated, this government of checks and balances, it don't even exist anymore. You know what I'm saying? The separation of powers, there is no separation of powers. There's only two powers, Democrat and Republican. That's it. You're supposed to, the separation of powers is supposed to be between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. But yet, because of party affiliation, no matter what a person does behind the presidency, everybody toe the line. That's where I'm going. And now let me say this, and I know a lot of people is gonna say he's a newspaper apologist, a newspaper theologian, whatever. But I'm gonna say this: the Antichrist is licking his chops. He sees the playbook now. He knows how to get people on his team. I would go as far as saying, if the Antichrist last name is Trump, he will fool even the very elect. Revelation chapter, I can't remember. But that's my argument. My argument is I can't believe how gullible people are behind one person to the point to where you have tools to check them, but you won't. But then when Obama was doing it, you would. You know what I'm saying? So I got a question for all the Obama lovers. What I got some questions for y'all. Man, if I could find my. First of all, I want to know what is President Obama, President Trump doing so great this second go around to where everybody just falling over there, falling to the feet of Trump. What is he doing so great? Right? Give me some examples. I mean, we can make up stuff and this, that, and the other. No, I didn't say Trump was the Antichrist. You got to see, sister, you got to listen to what I'm saying. I'm being careful what I'm saying. I said the Antichrist is licking his chops because he sees the playbook. Trump didn't even make up the playbook. Trump is only using the playbook. Obama and Trump, but you in more ways than you think. You got to hear what I'm saying. But see, Obama and Trump are buddies, but the people are being bamboozled. They're being hoodwinked. They're being led astray. You know what I'm saying?
But listen, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me cut you. I'm in between. I'm trying to set some stuff up. Well, listen to Pastor Mike. Well, we do only have two genders. They believe Trump is following closely to the Bible. They believe you coming on here and you sound like you ain't even a Bible man. Trump not doing the will of God right now?
Y'all, come on now. Come on, y'all. Trump announced that there's only two genders. Why don't Trump also announce there's only one race of people and take away the race question off the applications? Why don't he do that? See, y'all grab on some of the most simple stuff. Something that will really help our people. Stop asking people about their past, whether they've been in jail or not, on these applications, because he's a rapist, and y'all okay with him being a rapist? You know what I'm saying? He's a felon.
Trump is blessing Israel. You dispensational. They're trying to hand you up.
Maureen, I'm not even responding to that simple stuff.
I'm not even dealing with Leo.
I'm asking some real questions. Elder Mike just talked about the gender. Yeah, and somebody give me one. Why don't Trump deal with the races? Stop the applications. On the application, stop asking people whether they're black or white. Why is that necessary? Why is it necessary to ask for a person's background as far as criminality when he's a criminal? Oh, wow. Yeah. Is that the best you can do, Jason Brown? Come on now. Answer some of these questions. What is Trump doing for y'all? I can tell you what he's doing that's hurting you. Right now, they just passed a bill in Congress that's gonna take some monies from Medicaid. And I learned that.
Hold on a minute, Bishop Brown. I was going to say, is that guy Fred? That's the other guy. That's the guy we don't want. Y'all tell me. Go ahead, Bishop.
Oh, and check this out. Jill Love Jesus. She's falling for the same stuff that guys on Facebook falling for. They want to say I'm listening to somebody. No, I'm taking a political class at Dallas Baptist University right now. As a matter of fact, let me put my screen up. Let me show you what I'm looking at right now. Let me show you something, Jill. And I don't see you see this right here? This is the Constitution. I'm reading this. I ain't listening to nobody. I have to make presentations at one of the biggest conservative schools in Texas. And I'm doing it. I'm just doing it here with y'all as well. You know what I'm saying? So don't accuse me of listening to nobody. If you got one of these, let's pull it out and I'll prove to you from this that Doge is illegal. Article 2, Section 2. You understand what I'm saying?
Read the Bible. She telling you to read. I'm good. Gia said, read the Bible. Hold on. Who is this Israel United in Christ? This ain't that dude. This ain't that other Jason Brown. Is this that other guy? He came on with the name Fred. Or this is what's the name boy here?
This Shalom.
Oh man.
Man, you know what it says, D. Hello?
What's up?
What's up, man? We're Elder Tim talking real good, but the only problem is we got to let Donald Trump rule his people, and we got to come up out of America and be our own people.
We ain't gonna make it. I'm from Roger. I'm gonna say, Leo. Go ahead, El Tim. You do your thing. I'm taking care of these appointments. I got to get my mind right. Go ahead. All right, go ahead, y'all. Somebody
said Trump ain't no criminal, but Trump was charged with raping a woman. He's paying that woman over $80 million right now. That sounds like criminality to me. I can show plenty of ways where Trump actions were actually against the Constitution, and the emolument clause is one of them. He broke the emolument clause last year. I mean, not last year, the last time go around. They actually were setting up something to charge him with it, but one of the lawyers came up with an idea and presented it to the to the courts and said, well, he's almost out of office, so we'll deal with him then. And if he's out of office, then we only actually the plan was once he get out of office, we're gonna let him get away with it. But the emoluments clause.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are you separating your political beliefs from the Bible? You wouldn't think as a dispensation. Is Trump for Israel, for the Bible? How do you see him as a bishop in the Lord's church?
I see it like this: when being for Israel saves souls, then yeah, I'll be on point. But this same guy we're talking about said he has no reason to repent. He has no purpose for Christ. So therefore, people keep on talking about Bible. I don't know why they keep saying that, because he don't believe in the Bible.
Okay,
they asked him point blank.
He had the Bible on the side. Hold on one second, because I got to get back on the conference call.
Give you his spirit.
Listen to
Amen. Me. He'll give you the Holy Spirit.
Let me see.
Now, I want to get back to this, because I know I'm trying to bring this thing to a close here. As we are living in
I only want you to comment on this
of his return, all we need now,
little mother,
if Donald Trump is going to be the one to bring about this peace system, according to the scriptures, is he going to be the one to bring about this system that brings the false prophet into the earth?
Is Trump going to be the one?
On the wings of peace.
Let me stop that right there because I don't know how much time little mother got because I know she in the office today. Go ahead, little mother.
Grace and peace. Bishop Nelson, how you doing?
I'm good, sister. How you?
I am well. So
you ready to fight?
Oh yeah, once she asked you that.
Brian,
Oh, let me be quiet.
I come in peace. I come in peace. My gloves are put up. I want to be taught. I'm here to learn. So, okay, how is Trump racist? And that's a genuine question. I asked you that one time before.
I said it earlier today. Lee Atwater isn't necessarily racist. Trump isn't necessarily racist. They use the racist playbook called the Southern Strategy in order to get their programs. Let me put it like this: in order to gain votes. The Southern Strategy playbook is as old as dirt, and they've been using it ever since. Well, actually, I think it started with Nixon. You know what I'm saying? And the Southern Strategy is how you say things and use. Part of it is how you use abstract terms in order to attract the racial components in this country. Because, like I said, now Donald Trump does have some racist tendencies because back in the day him and his father did have a hotel, and the employees were told to put the letter C on all applications where black people were applying in order to limit how many black people he would have in his hotels. Now he didn't put they didn't put the letter W up there for how many white people was in his hotel. They didn't put the word the letter J, how many Jews were in the hotel. They put the letter C for colored people because that's what they called us back then.
How do you know it was C for cash? That they're gonna pay with cash, Tim?
Cash cow.
You make up you like to make up stuff. I want to deal with truth.
All right, no,
I'm dealing with.
So okay, and so even with that, and I get what you're saying, the things that he used, and I'm only saying this because he decided to run Republican. When we say Democrats use that same playbook, they pull on the strings of race. Oh, and the only reason why I ask is because sometimes when we have these conversations, and sometimes I get involved in them, it's because people will be like, Trump this, Trump that, Trump that. And I'm like, but what is he doing any different that other politicians aren't doing or haven't done? I mean, didn't Biden pull that? If you don't vote for me, you're not black when he was running against him in, the first time?
Well, see, those are only words. Trump is implementing programs that's blocking out, but like I was talking about those black engineers, top engineers for the military. He's actually developing programs to block those people out and not to give them scholarships to attend some of your top military schools. He's also blocking.
I got a quick question just in that. Do they need scholarships because of finances? Because they just can't get in there because of financial issues? Again, because I'm not necessarily against. I mean, I went to school on a scholarship, so I'm not against scholarships per se. And I know school can be expensive and different things like that. But are we? I understand, the need for merits in certain cases, but are we becoming too comfortable again on merit on overlooking merit and looking at race at times? I'm not saying everyone's doing it.
Well, see, you're looking at the other side of the argument.
Okay.
What was the reason for the implementation of these programs in the first place? You got to realize something. Let's go all the way back. Let's go back to where all these businesses wouldn't allow you to sit at their counters. They told you to go to the back of the restaurant in order to get your food.
Right.
The civil rights leaders had to make their plea to somebody to change something. So they made the plea to the American government. Now, the government wasn't as quick to implement these civil rights orders, but it embarrassed America because America across shores was trying to preach democracy and treating people right. And so when the civil rights leaders highlighted what was going on in America, they got embarrassed. So they start implementing all these laws. Why did they have to implement these laws? Because without these laws being implemented, you were going to still be at the back of the bus. Let me give you an example of an affirmative action, a type of affirmative action that was necessary. And I don't know if you watch football or not, but in the NFL, they got this thing called the Rooney Rule. In the Rooney, because there are hardly any black coaches, and even though you got 75% black players in the NFL, they had to use the Rooney Rule in order to hire more black coaches, because if they didn't use it, they wouldn't hire black coaches. So they start interviewing black coaches. But guess what? The Rooney Rule has become a joke, because now that's all organizations do now. Okay, let's get this black token over here. We're going to interview him. We're not really planning on hiring him, but we're satisfying the Rooney Rule. Why would a Rooney Rule even be necessary if everything was on a equal playing field? You got 75% of the players in the NFL that are black, but you don't have no owners besides what's his name, Magic Johnson. He just bought the Washington Redskins, and he did it with a group of white people. You know what I'm saying? You don't have no owners, you don't have no coaches, and this year you don't even have offensive coordinators, and that's where you get that, and that's where that's where you hire your head coaches from, mostly from offensive coordinator. Then you got the colleges, but they not implementing. The only thing I'm saying is this: if you look at what's going on in the NFL, that's a microcosm of what's going on in this country. The only way we can get a foot up is if we get opportunity, but we won't have an opportunity if there's no government actions forcing companies to let us have a seat at the table.
So you're saying we still don't have a seat at the table?
No, we don't. I mean, they give us crumbs, yeah, but sister, let me be honest with you. My whole point is this. Like I said, they start with us first. I hate to use this term. They call it white trash. They don't care about them either. These programs that they're taking away, they what they're trying to do is get rid of the middle class.
Now
because the same,
you made that statement earlier, and I agree with you on that. And I think sometimes when we have these conversations, because race becomes a big factor, it gets muddied. And when we might be talking about middle class, but then we start throwing in race a lot in there as well. So that's why I wanted to get some clarity.
Well, be honest with you, they the ones throwing in. They the ones decided that the Tuskegee Airmen didn't have nothing to offer as far as training is concerned. And then when they got caught, they put it back. Now everybody's, well, at least they put it back. Well, they shouldn't have took it in the first place, and it wasn't an accident, because that same program that took away the implementation of the Tuskegee Airmen training took away the programs that hire some of the best that we have to offer from our community, the scientists, the technologists, this, that, and that's what that program did. That where they stopped sending representatives to that awards program for blacks that I presented earlier. That's the same ordinance that got rid of the Tuskegee Airmen. So if the Tuskegee Airmen thing was an accident, why wasn't that one an accident as well? And why every time they make an accident, they make an accident on our backs?
Very interesting.
And they the one made it racial, not us. That's the reason why we have a black church right now, because they wouldn't let us in the white church.
Now I can agree. So let's say, like Brian loves to say, the church has a past, a history, a criminal record. We fully know that America has a history. They have a record. I won't disagree with that. But are we honestly saying that we are still stuck in those same places, or are still against some of those same fights that we have now? And I think sometimes when we have these conversations, I understand I won't forget the past, but I can't stay stuck in the past and use what has happened in the past when I have opportunities and I have things available to me to move forward here and now. Like
See,
like if I do when I do the work, when I do the work, there's nothing that can be close to me. And then now I'm gonna flip it as a believer, but if it's close to me, that's because God didn't open the door. So there's as a Black woman, or a Black child, I can't apply to. There's not a place that I can't go to. There's nothing that is literally holding me back, even if they put some things in place. If I'm doing the work.
Elder Tim, are you saying nothing changed at all?
No. I'm saying look at the evidence. Look at what's going on in these town hall meetings. See, I'm not just talking. I'm using evidence, and I'm not saying you are. But what I'm saying is this: if I went back there and said, "Son, why haven't you gotten a job yet?" If he tell me God ain't opened no doors yet, I'm pulling my belt out and I'm whooping him. You got to get. I understand the theology behind it.
But if he's doing the work, if he's going out there hitting the pavement every day, he's working, he's looking, and he's putting it in, because he's not the only person that's not getting a job.
But a little mother, when you finish making that statement, Haywood's talking to you.
That's the problem. It's so funny. I'm not the exception. I am the rule. But we're highlighting the exception. But
no, we ain't. We're not highlighting the exception. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I have proof through executive order. DEI is not from the past. That's right now. That's what's happening today. Doge is not the past. Doge is today. And it just so happened that Black, huh?
I don't think Doge or DEI are necessarily new concepts. They just might have different names, but they're how they're operating. That's not new.
Well, name me a government entity that's similar to Doge. Because Doge is not a real government entity. It's a made up one. Give me another one. Give me another president in the past that did what President Trump is doing with Elon Musk and Doge right now. Because I'm gonna tell you this, sister.
Bill Clinton had something. He wanted to do something with going in the government and trimming and looking at different things with government efficiency.
That's the job of Congress. The Constitution already gave those. That's what I'm talking about, separation of powers. That's the reason why I read you that thing about what Chuck Grassley brought to the Senate floor. He was accusing Obama of some of the same things that Trump is doing now, but all of a sudden, Trump is doing it worse than Obama. Trump got Elon Musk
doing it. It's just that he's doing it worse.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying. Okay. I'm finna show you. I'm finna show you why it's so bad. He has Elon Musk, the head of an entity that's fake. Obama ain't done none of that. And not only that, when the when congressman asked Elon Musk to appear before the Congress, he wouldn't do it. These things, the Constitution says these people have to be vetted by Congress. And I can read the article to you. Let me see. Article in the Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, it says, let's see. Let me just read it all. It says, the president shall be commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and the militia of the several states. When called into the actual service of the United States, he may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject related to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses, and that's about pardon. Here's the next one. He shall have power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate, check this out, and he shall nominate and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls. All of these people that he appoint must be done with the consent of the Senate. And the reason I'm telling you this because there is a judge right now looking into Article 2, Section 2, in order to see, in order to make a judgment on this Elon Musk thing. What they're going to end up doing, they're going to tell him, look here, and I'm just, this is me just being giving my opinion. Mm-hmm. They're going to be soft with it. But what they are going to do, they're still going to tell Elon Musk must go stand before Congress. I'm going to tell you why. Because they tried to, when the congressmen start questioning who was ahead of those, they just gave a name. But we already have on film of President Obama putting Elon Musk and the other guy, Swami, whatever, the head.
Obama, this is hilarious.
Huh?
You keep calling Trump Obama.
Because I have, my bad. I mean Trump.
Elder Tim, I was gonna with it. Can you pull my screen up? Cause I was gonna ask you with Elon Musk, right?
Yeah.
This is from Fair Use. This is from Tim Pool. You know who Tim Pool is?
No, go ahead.
Little mother, you know who Tim Pool is?
I don't know. Probably not.
More conservative kind of whatnot, right?
That's why I don't know.
I can't stand. Yo, so one thing is, Elon Musk, his biggest things, he wants H-1B visas, right? And Tim, you know a few years back how a couple of Asians were filing affirmative action. You remember that?
Yeah.
And it backfired on them.
Huh?
And it backfired on them.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. So now, what if they're getting rid of DEI? It's going to break down. DEI has caused extreme discrimination against Asian American students and workers. Let's play, because Elon Musk is running it. He wants to bring in those Asians, those Indians. So what if he's getting rid of that to make more room for people who he likes to work with? Fair use.
Yes, no. So the median, this is a median income of an H-1B worker is in the 90th percentile. These are not the just.
Does it account for where they live?
Yes, that accounts.
No. So the median, this is an issue. I think we're mixing up the DEI stuff with the immigration stuff, and that's a problem, right? Remember, I mean, the Asians are the group that's being discriminated against too in DEI.
Agree. But only in colleges, not in employment.
In employment.
Well, no, we're talking about. But you guys are kind of confusing Asians. When you say that Asians, it's like Chinese, Asians, like Korean, right? Like you're not talking about Indians. They're not the people. Indians actually were being admitted to college. It was more Chinese.
You can read my colleague Renu Mukherjee at the Manhattan Institute. Indians are heavily discriminated against both in college and employment. That's part of the DEI because they're very successful. It's one of the most successful ethnic groups, much more than Chinese.
No, successful per their salary once they graduate. But we're talking about their technical skills when they're being admitted into colleges. That's what we were talking about.
No, what I'm saying is that because of their success, they're discriminated against in the DEI ideology.
Yeah, but not in colleges. In colleges, with those, they were talking about Asian
I would argue they are.
But that's not what like the Harvard lawsuits and all were
Yes, they were.
About. I'm pretty sure it was China.
It's Chinese,
mainly China.
Yeah, but it also includes Indians. It's all Asian groups except I think the Vietnamese for some reason that they're like given DEI preference. They had a very specific ethnic DEI structure.
Very specific, yeah.
But the point is, I think we're mixing up stories that obviously this is all unverified. But we're mixing up stories.
I mean, people aren't taking time out of their day to go DM people about their
woes. I don't know anything about this DM. I don't even know who the person is.
But
the point is,
you can find them anyway.
Like this could just be a DEI story. Right. And I think that's a terrible thing. I think I'm very glad that Trump is going to come in and Harmeet Dillon is going to persecute all these colleges and all these employers that discriminate based on race, sex, and everything. And they should. But if anything, legally, Americans have a legal preference to get the job over the foreign workers. And if they find that they have been screwed, they can go and sue, and they can go and report this.
So my question, when you
money to do that.
No, you can report for free to the Department of Labor.
Yeah, you can, but you need somebody to pursue it. Like you when you have I forget what it is. It's a right to sue letter, right? So you have.
I think that's enough. So you see, Elton, what if they're getting rid of DEI to make room? The mother want to hear viewpoint to you down in Florida for those Asians, those Indians who don't work with those programs, like how affirmative action, they felt it was against them. They got rid of it, and it turns out that it wasn't really affirmative action. Colleges didn't want to bring them in. What if this is another ploy? Elon Musk said he likes his foreign workers.
Well, here's the problem that you're going to have.
You know what I'm saying?
I got what you're saying. Here's the problem you're going to have. What does college applications and have to do? What does college tuition for Black colleges have to do with Asians? Because they're getting rid of the tuition grants for Black colleges. What does that have to do with Asians? See, we keep on bringing up these stories.
You can put the money towards schools that better fit the agenda.
You're making stuff up. I'm trying to be truthful about what's really happening. I'm not sitting up here trying to make up. I'm telling you what's happening. This is what's going on. The Tuskegee Airmen training in the military has nothing to do with the Asians. Getting rid of the chairman, the chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, whatever, the first Black one, ain't got nothing to do with Asians. They didn't replace them with no Asian. I mean, I hear you what you're saying, but now we kind of convoluting the conversation. Let's stick to what they're doing. My point is, whether DEI is for us or whatever, they're using it against us. Why? Lee Atwater gave you the playbook, and that's all I'm saying. And it's happening right now. All these Black programs, they're using that against us, and they're using the term DEI. And y'all, come on, ain't nobody in here stupid. Half the time you hear the word DEI on TV, they talking about Black, even though white women benefit from it more than we do. But there's
the problem, though. That's my frustration. But pause, Leo, you make me so sick with this darn picture. But I think that's a problem, because what happens is DEI and Black people are the poster face, and then it doesn't represent us. And instead of trying to figure out how to make it represent us, I feel like Black people still are playing in the handbooks. So it's like,
but see, here's the problem, sister. They're using it to take things we already have. That's the point. That's the whole point I'm making. DEI is they're using the terms DEI, but they're taking away things that we already have.
Okay.
This is gonna affect the HBCUs tremendously.
How?
Huh?
How? I'm sorry.
When you take away scholarships, that's monies. People are not going to school. That's how. When you decide that some of the best that our people have to offer, the military, when they take away those scholarships for military schools, some of our best don't get to go to school because they've taken away those scholarships. You know what I'm saying?
But, okay, go ahead. I went to HBCU, Elton.
Okay.
So I'm trying to.
Maybe I might be lost, but I'm listening.
Okay, you went to HBCU. My daughter worked at a HBCU. She's Howard University. So okay, what
did she see on the ground floor, Elton?
What did she see on the ground floor? I don't know what she see. I'm telling you what's going on. I'm telling you what I see.
When you work at those schools, when you work somewhere, there's more rumblings. You can hear what's going on, and you can see the direct effect. That's all I'm saying.
That's neither nor, brother. If they taking away black scholarships in the name of DEI,
black scholarships. I'm sorry. Are they taking away black scholarships or scholarships?
Black scholarships, because it points to a particular race of people. That's the whole point. That's the whole point I'm making, because it supports a particular section of people, and mainly that's the reason they give for taking it away. But it's affecting black people tremendously. I'm gonna say something else too. A law has just been passed in Congress that's gonna basically take away Medicaid, but is gonna put monies into the pockets of oligarchs through tax cuts. They're taking away from poor people, and they putting the money in the pockets of rich people. All of this is going on. Now, I don't know if y'all know it or not, but I'm telling you, it's going on.
Okay.
May I say something?
Go ahead, sister. I'm gonna mute.
We know that on the backs of the civil rights laws and progress that we have made, that these other nations and group sets swing on to be included in it. So that's why we'll see that, okay, they're LGBTQIE, whatever they are, they stand on civil rights arguments, you know, but all of this happened on the backs of Black people, and we had to fight for these rights. So now if we say with this Donald Trump, he took away, first they started with affirmative action, talking about it's a reverse discrimination. No, it's because we didn't have a seat at the table, and they wasn't allowing us to get in colleges, and certain positions will be overlooked. I like what Joyce Reid says, Joy Reid on MSNBC, and they just fired her, but they didn't fire only her. They fired an Asian, they fired her, a Black woman, they fired a gay Black man, and they fired I forgot what the other group, 4 different within the minority groups. They fired,
and they didn't fire Joe Scarborough.
Exactly. So we need these laws to protect us. I just put a post up on the back chat, and I sent it to Brother Marian. This was a white pastor, and he was exactly right. A lot of times they want to make it promote and look like it's Black people that's on Medicaid and Black people on welfare, when it's white women and their children that's on these things. So they don't need when that brother, oh my God, y'all please look at that video I put up. When he stood up and he broke down that projects were not for minorities. It was made for white people to live in to get better housing, affordable housing. Then when the government subsidizes, y'all hear me, the government subsidizes white people. And when they wanted them to get out the projects and make another opportunity, I can speak for New York. When you see Levittown and Long Island and some other ones, but Levittown stands out highly in my mind. They started building single family homes in Levittown. It wasn't for minorities, and they used government grants. They did it for white people. So that's when those white people emptied out of the projects and moved into single family homes on Long Island because they were subsidized. And in the deeds, this is to this day, you all, in the deeds is written that they cannot sell to a Black person. And this is 2025. Those houses was built for $10,000. Now they're upwards to $1 million+, and they still handing it and turning it over to keep keep white people in their exclusion. So all of this stuff, the ones that vote for Trump, is amazing to me. I don't know how you did not see the effect that was going to happen to you. Now we talking about racism. Let's go back to, did you all see the movie that came out, Ava DuVernay made last year? I think it was on Caste. Excellent movie by the woman who wrote the book on Caste. When Trayvon Martin died, they came to her and they said, "We want you to write something. We need you." And she kept saying, "Y'all keep talking about racism. This is something else." And she came up and she said the same thing of caste that we see in India and all of it's a caste system, because that's why the civil rights movement people wanted the poor white people to join with them, because guess what? You on the same caste as we are. You are low. They not thinking about you. That's why the veterans, they had a man on who I forgot which war he was in, lost limbs and stuff, and he came in to find that because of this DEI whatever, he don't have his job. Now this is blowing my mind. And anybody that could stand on, let me tell you something, any saint that could stand on this foolishness, whether they're evangelicals, and I don't even want to discuss them. Evangelicals jumping on this, they're mixing nationalism, racism, patriotism all together, but it's downright satanic. When we're throwing people out of the country because they're illegal, what we gonna do with Deuteronomy and Leviticus when God multiple times told the Israelites to watch how they handle the strangers? Do I need to pull up those scriptures? Because
you do, because how you using it, that ain't quite proper. Because it's one thing. It's one thing to be a sanctuary place, but it's another thing that if you're coming here and you are illegal and you're not following the process, I can understand what you're saying in regards to the sanctuary portion, but if we have people that are pouring over here and we can't even take care of our own, let's make this math make sense.
You're muted, sister.
Several times because you
was muted. Ain't nobody heard none of what you said. You was muted. You was muted.
I was muted.
That was
one little mother said. One little mother. I might have made a mistake and muted you. One little mother said you using them scriptures.
Maria got
pull them scriptures up.
You show me.
Pull them scriptures up right now. Stop playing games with Israel.
Pull them scriptures up.
This God talking to his
on
people.
the side. Every time, so all y'all hypocrites that want to throw out the
how we hypocrites?
Should be
can I
be honest? But Bishop,
hey, can I jump in real quick though?
But Bishop,
no, Leo, you ain't been saying nothing.
Bishop,
I got.
The only thing I want to be honest with you.
Hey man, that ain't fair. Sister Bishop, free Sister Bishop.
No, I think our connection failed.
If we look at both of them, and I was trying to stay civil and not bring in jump into the spirit, because at the end of the day, if you gonna talk about, I'd rather stand with Trump, who gonna say we got two genders, than to jump on with Kamala, who's sitting up here and is affirming everything against God in regards to man and woman.
Yep.
Let's be on this let's transition.
Yep.
Let's do this for the kids. Let's have all this. So you can dismiss me with that. And
state abortion is still abortion. Trump is for abortion. He always have been. Only thing he was trying to do is get it out of the federal. Get it out of the federal whatever.
I agree, and I wish people would have heard. But the problem is people don't hear. Black. They just heard what they wanted to hear.
Oh, you can hear it.
Always said that. So
but that's the point. God don't care whether it's state or federal. It's still murder.
Well, hold on now. Hold on. Leo,
it's still abortion is still murder. I don't care where you do it.
Can you share my screen real quick? Cause I want to add to Ellerton.
Bring back Sister Bishop.
I want to add.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all. Bishop, sister, you there?
Can't hear.
Cause she's going in and out. I'm not sure.
We can't hear.
Let me get on the phone.
Hey, can I just say this real quick?
Now, don't let little mother cut in and said something. I want little mother to finish with Bishop's sister.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Ahead,
when she get back, can I just say this real quick?
Go ahead. You ain't
Sister
been
Bishop
saying nothing. All of a sudden now, Bishop Sister talk. Leo want to jump all in here.
Because she made a comment though when she brought up New York with Long Island. I can actually challenge that to a degree, because you're saying that's more. I think that's more localized. Because you bring up Chicago, the ghettos in Chicago were made for who? It wasn't for white people. It was made for immigrants. Immigrants were ghettos initially, and then
Leo,
who
who was
moved
in the
into
first
these?
ghettos?
Who moved? The Polish, the Italians, Jews,
in Spain,
Jews initially, but I mean, we could talk about that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Leo.
Jews,
Thank
yes,
you.
but I'm saying like these were initially made for immigrants, and then black people moved into these areas when the immigrants moved out. Yes,
Yeah.
so like I hear what Sister Bishop was saying, but that's not the same for all regions. Chicago specifically, there's a place called Little Hell. If you look this up, by Fort Dearborn. There's a place called Little Hell where Italians used to rival and had gang fights. This is during Al Capone's day. They were fighting and killing each other. Black people moved in and continued the same practices. But these are regions in where immigrants were living, were deprived in these specific issues. The reason I'm bringing this up is to say that, oh, this is across the board. White people had these specific regions and projects. It's not the same for all regions. You're bringing up Long Island. I can bring up Chicago. It's not the same for all regions.
Did you hear what Leo said? Did you hear what Leo said, Bishop Sister? And then get back to Little Mother, because Little Mother. Wait a minute. Did you hear what was said? First of all, did you hear what Leo Spooky said, or no? Do you hear me? Type 1. Do y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. I don't think you can hear us. I don't think. Free
Sister Bishop.
She's on now.
Here. All right, go ahead.
Is she muted?
Yeah, no. Oh, so yeah,
she muted, but she ain't even talking. She's trying to type. Your volume is down. Go ahead, though, Leah. I don't want to. She going out. Go.
But I was just saying, like this, we got to be consistent with the history. Like saying that just applying and speaking to certain regions. There are other areas throughout the nation to where even areas where projects and ghettos were, they were made for immigrants, not necessarily white middle class people. So we have to be consistent there. Like I said, you can look this up where you find immigrant towns where they were called ghettos, where they would live, and then over a period of time, black people moved in as they left. It's not just that they were built up for white middle class people. You can't say that's not consistent.
Well, according to Martin Luther King, those land grant colleges that was given back when they were traveling west, when you had a whole section of people that needed land, freed blacks. So you got to go. Okay, let's go all the way back then.
I'm sorry. Hold on, dispensational Tim. Cause hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second, y'all. Bishop Sister, can you hear me?
Yes.
Everybody else, all of y'all can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I want to go back a little bit. You started talking about the stranger, Little Mother going. You started talking about the stranger, and Little Mother said, no. Say what you said about the stranger and the scriptures in the Old Testament, how God told him to take care of the stranger. And Little Mother cut you over and said, no, because you might not be using them scriptures right.
Can you imagine what's right when he said the aliens someplace and he said the strangers, and he told the children of Israel to watch how you handle the strangers. I'm pulling up the scriptures right now because I want to read it.
And so yes, because when people come in, because how they were treated when they went into Egypt and how they had to be treated and how Egypt turned on them, he was talking about that. When we talk about sanctuary cities in the Bible, yes, people could run there, but that didn't mean that they didn't have to go to trial. That didn't mean that they can just go there and hide out and blend in and not possibly be held accountable if they committed a crime somewhere else. See, we like to use those scriptures, and people, not just you, people were using those scriptures, and it's like, no, we got to make sure we use the fullness of the word.
So when Jesus went to Egypt as a refugee, sis, you would have closed the border on Jesus.
Hey, if he didn't get out when he needed to.
Oh, Jesus, have mercy, God. I'm scared of y'all on Berean.
Y'all scared.
No, to be
stop
honest,
that. We scared until they start. So if we talking about
the interpretation you just said about those scriptures, God was telling them to be just. Be just. I love the Most High.
What is just?
Because even when we see that the children of Israel was released, and I think it was Mount. Oh God, I forgot the mount. He said, "Don't even put your foot on that mount because I gave it to Esau." One thing about the Most High. I said we want to say fair. That's not fair. God is just. and in his just righteous self, he told them, be careful how you handle the strangers. There's
And
no
his
way
justice
around it. I don't know
killed
what you're saying,
Israelites
sister.
who offered sacrifice to other gods. Let's talk about what is just. Just does not mean that you get to stay here and hang out and don't have to go back if you have committed a crime or you're
you
that's not what justice means.
You're riding on the points, the PowerPoints, the issues that Trump and stuff went. Oh, these are criminals. You are talking to a family. I'm from a family of immigrants. My mother came here in 1960 with her papers in hand. So I can speak as an immigrant and immigrant family.
So she came here legally.
My whole thing, yes, legally.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes,
I'm glad you said that. So we're talking about legals.
But the problem is that the illegals need a way to become legal. Then that's the correct way.
No, they don't. They necessarily don't.
Here,
there's already a process. There's already a process in place.
They need more people connected to that to help them filter through that process. But it's easier to throw points out when they had immigrants eating cats and dogs. These are the points that ignorant people who voted for Trump went and started to eat my cat and my dog.
She right about that though. She right about that.
Right. She's trying to act like some Haitians don't eat. She's trying to act like some other nations and other people don't eat cats and dogs. I done said if I ate Chinese food, I done ate cat, dog, and rat.
It wasn't the Haitians. It's the black and brown people. They pull that stuff up. The Asians is the ones that eat dogs. It wasn't, but he was saying that to black and brown people.
Like
we cannot be ignorant in these matters. We cannot be ignorant in these matters.
We don't.
What y'all
in other countries, Tim, you better stop that. You shut your mouth.
We ain't talking. He wasn't talking about other countries. He was talking about the United States.
Little mother.
He was wrong. He was wrong for that because the mayor. The mayor checked the mayor. They went and checked that. Yeah, they went and checked it. That was a lot, sister. That was a. We're not saying people don't eat cats and dogs, but he was lying then.
He was a liar. That's why they got him in bed.
Well, like I say, all liars and the truth ain't in them.
Toes.
Hey, Bishop,
hey,
Bishop sister. Now don't tell me now. Oh Lord, did you a Kamala voter or supporter?
I voted for. Yes, I did. I voted for Kamala.
I hope you saw that interview that she had when she was stumbling over her words.
She's more qualified than Trump.
How she more qualified? She can't even speak.
Go look up her resume and see. She was a senator. She was a lawyer.
You called Trump. Hey, you called Trump. You said Trump was a felon. They said she slept her way to the top. But
y'all using lies. Y'all using lies. We're telling the truth. This dude did rape a couple of people.
But Elder Tim, you say he's more
even if she slept with him, slept with him, it was consensual.
You trying to say Trump didn't have some consensual sex?
Yeah, he raped a woman. Wait a minute, sister. You see how you asked that question? Yeah, he had some consensual sex, but he also had some rapes.
But we're not gonna talk about Kamala history with Martell Williams and all that. We ain't
gonna talk about none of it because this ain't about. This is about Harris. Right? No, you know what y'all doing? Y'all trying to skate away from Trump because you love Trump so much. Let's talk about Trump. Let's talk about Trump. Let's talk about Lee Atwater. Let's talk about some of these abstract saying. See, y'all keep on throwing my sister out. Come on, sister, get on back up.
Her connection.
Bishop Tim, can I say this though? Just because I have a conversation in regards to Trump, that doesn't mean that I'm a supporter. Because I think, and I think that can be. I don't want you to misconstrue that. Now, yeah, there might be some things I think that he's doing or what he stands for or what he's trying to do that I'm like, okay, no, I can get with that. And there's some things that he's doing. I'm like, I can't get with that. So if we're going to have that, I think it's unfair that just because someone speaks in favor of or agreement, they automatically get thrown under the bus as if, yes, you're the wholehearted supporter of that individual. I don't think that's fair.
No, I feel you on that because whether y'all know it or not, I almost got kicked out of my family for supporting George Bush. So I understand what you're saying, but the deal is I like to deal with facts. Now, people make accusations
George Bush is nothing like Donald Trump. This is the worst Republican. And you know what? He was.
Oh, y'all love cutting each other off.
He was not originally a Republican. He tried the Democrats and he gave money to the Democrats.
Hold on, Alton.
One thing about it.
So
he's
did
a
Elon.
smart thinker. One thing about it. He sat down and he thought, how am I going to win this race? And he hung on that Republican Party nonsense. And I have no problem because the originals, the origins of the Republican Party, they was the ones that was the abolitionists. But now they want to say, well, how can you be black and you become Democratic? The Democratic ticket is the one that's carrying now what the old Republicans used to do. That's
wait, that's not.
Y'all cannot.
That is true, bro. That is called the Southern strategy. Yes, it is. I got. Let's Leo. Let's go.
He said the old Republicans.
It was
the Republican Party. Yeah.
Yeah. They used to be the party of Lincoln.
Wait. You're saying the Democrats? I'm just trying to clarify. You said the Democrats are carrying what the old Republicans were doing.
I said they want to find out why won't we stand on as a Republican. I'm not a Republican. I'm a Democrat. I have family members that's Republican, and I could understand because the old way of Republican thinking stood on rights. Yes, they did. They were the abolitionists. That John Brown.
Yes, the Radical Republican Party.
Like
yes.
They was
yes, the Radical Republican Party.
Now, the Republican Party is shameful.
Now,
and I can't
the
talk
Democratic
about all
Party
of them.
is shameful.
I can't talk about all of them because I can't talk about. When I think about George W., when I think about the ones in the past, Ronald Reagan, and I said, "Oh my God, I can't stand them." They were better than what's going on now. Your party has changed. Your party, you have allowed Trump to confiscate your party and change your minds.
Bishop, would you say the Democratic Party has changed?
Agree with the fact that we don't need DEI, and we don't need affirmative action and all of this stuff when we still fighting today. I like what Joy Reid said. She said, "Let me tell you all something. Y'all trying to make it seem like they gave us because she went to Harvard. They gave us. She said Harvard University came to my high school. I was at the top of the class. They said, come to our school. She said, it's not dummies that's riding on this affirmative action. Most of the time they have 4.0. I graduated with my master's degree with a 4.0 degree. So there's black people out here. We're not dummies, but we still need the help of stuff like affirmative action.
We still need master. That's right. Black folks still need master to get ahead. Black folks still need master. Master to get ahead.
You would still be on a plantation. You need to be one of those people picking in the farms now so that we can have cheaper.
My people might have owned slaves. Yeah, I might have been part of the people that owned slaves.
My Parker family's descendants from slaves, my father's family. We could trace it back to the plantation. So I'm not just saying this, and I'm pissed off because you sit back and you allow a rapist, misogynistic pig he's so good with business. He failed 8 businesses before he's not, as much as he want to say he's a multi-millionaire. Get out of here.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question real quick? Can I ask a question though? Has anybody held Joe Biden to a lot of his initiatives that he had before he ran for president?
And I hope y'all let Alton say something.
Yes, example. Yeah, example. What did Joe Biden do when he was in the Senate in the 90s? What was the one bill that he passed that hurt the black community the most?
I'm not defending Joe Biden.
So why are you talking about Trump?
The Democratic Party, you gonna defend him?
I'm talking about the
Trump is the president. That's why.
Exactly. That Trump, first of all, when we looked at the ending of Obama's term, his last few months or weeks or whatever,
his introduction of hell to the United States of America,
what you call a position on the high court, was open. They said this is the end of his term. He can't put nobody in there. What nonsense is this? This is the same thing y'all do with theology too. What's convenience for you? So it's convenient for them to say, no, Obama, you can't put that last, that last judge in here at the end of your term. But then they allowed Trump, he put 3 people in the high court. So
did he put them in at the end of his term or the beginning of his term?
It don't matter.
No, sister. She asked a good question. He did the same. He did the same thing that they stopped Obama from doing. And the leader of the Senate made sure that the same leader of the Senate that stopped Obama from doing it allowed Trump to do it. And y'all need to come with some facts and stop just saying stuff.
Thank you, brother.
I'm asking questions. I am literally asking questions. I am asking questions.
Okay, so I don't want to get on your bad side.
No, I'm good. It's just listen. It's
you
all
can't justify standing on what Trump is about, who he is. None of this.
So then, okay, let me ask you this question.
Elon Musk
Bishop,
should not be. He
Sister
should not
of the
be in the
Bishops.
Oval Office hosting a media. What you call it?
Sister of the Bishops. I got a question. So, what should? Give me the difference between Trump and Kamala, since we're just having this conversation.
Kamala, first of all, Kamala is a married woman. She was in the Senate. She served in the Senate. She worked her way up. She was California's Attorney General. She was in the Senate. First of all, Trump is unqualified.
Focus. Let's not mention Trump. Let's stay on Kamala.
Okay, so now I'm giving you her track record.
Very good.
Okay, so she served as the Attorney General for California.
I get the help in the background.
She went into the Senate. She served in the Senate, and then they picked her. She ran for president, and she didn't win. She wasn't going to win. And Joe Biden, when he picked up and he won the nomination, he had her as the running party. So you see a progression. Okay. Even when you start, wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Yes,
when you're doing a job, when you have a job and you're looking for promotions, they looking for you to move up the rank. Trump came out of Trump Tower screwing and raping
Didn't
women.
I say we focusing on Kamala? Don't have the TDS. Don't have Trump deranged syndrome. Stay focused on Kamala.
No, you got Trump deranged.
Wait a minute.
You got it.
The reason why I
want that video that he was sucking Elon Musk's toes. Now, then she what's his name picked her up and made her the vice president. Okay. And so when we find in business, you have a progression, right? And she moved from one and she moved to the next level. Guess what? I found her qualified. And I found that what she was saying would have helped more of the people than what Trump is doing. Trump is taking us back to Trump wants us to be
Sister of the Bishops. Sister of the Bishops, what did she run on? What was she presenting to us that would have been better, that would have moved in progression us as a people?
$6,000 for everyone who was applying for a new home in order to promote a new housing, promote people buying new houses. Now we can pull it up. Because she was talking about, I'm going to tell you what she wasn't going to do. She wasn't going to take your Social Security. She wasn't going to take your Medicaid. And she wasn't going to take your Medicare. They're taking all of it. And that's the reason why I keep on focusing on the fact. It ain't the fact that you're going to bring to the table. They're trying to take stuff away from the table. And I'm telling you, these white folks are not having it. That's why they're having all these town halls. And these white folks are mad now because their neighbors are losing their jobs.
Exactly.
People are mad.
No, actually, that's inaccurate. Y'all got my chip buzzing right now.
Say, Doc,
chip is on fire.
You get buy out in 2 minutes.
Say, Doc, you mean to tell me there's no town hall meetings going on around the country? Are people mad about Doge? That's what you trying to say?
You know what?
But there's a lot of people. Hold on. Let's talk about Medicare. Okay. Let's talk about Medicare. Donald Trump brought this out about a week ago.
Medicaid.
How come you got people that's 150 and 300 years old getting Medicare?
That's a lie, bro. You know what?
Okay,
you come
all
on,
right.
Man, get out.
That was a lie.
He pulled the numbers up on that.
He lied, brother. Do you not realize that? Y'all better get some facts going on.
That's right.
No, but hold on. He pulled up the numbers from the last administration. That's what the last administration reported. He looked into
they Medicare, Doc. Medicare itself is not 300 years old. Medicare is not.
Hold on. No, hold on. Right. And
you come on here with all this face.
I'm gonna send you the video. Give me a minute. I'm gonna send you the video.
You can send out the videos you want.
Nobody wants.
That's y'all believe video.
First of all,
me,
when
Bishop
you look
Sister
and
and
they
Bishop
talk about the
Nelson.
numbers of the centurions that they saying, the numbers. The amount of people that's alive wasn't even in the numbers that they saying that these people are being funded with Medicaid. There's no such thing. We don't have that many centurions alive. It was propaganda, and you fell for it. I can't believe it.
Can we possibly
Franklin D. Roosevelt brought in these programs. That wasn't 300 years ago. Come on, man. Be for real.
Is it a possibility? Two questions, and then I got to go. Lord, my break is up. One, is it a possibility that Trump can do anything that y'all would be like, okay, that was a cool move, that was a decent move? Yes or no?
Roe v. Wade.
You like Roe v. Wade? Bishop of the sister, is there anything?
No, I like he got rid of it.
Right, no, he did something that you applaud. You said, okay, at least he did something. He was good for something. Good Lord, he just not.
So we measuring the okay, so we in special education. Okay, because you learn ABC, you are a top class.
No, I was just asking. No, what I was doing, I was just asking a question.
Because he did one thing after he did 108 executive orders, and we know that executive orders because he didn't want to go through the Senate. That's why he did that. And he talked about Obama and Biden for the couple of 2-3 executive orders they did. He did 108.
You stop that. Now you go do your research. You're not gonna sit up there and act like Obama wasn't sitting up there writing EO after EO after EO. See, that's the problem I have.
We want to talk about the numbers.
Honest, if you're gonna pull back the covers, wait a minute. Bishop sister, if you gonna pull back the covers, make sure you pull back the covers on your lover too. Don't just pull back on the person you don't like.
He's the one that said it when Obama and Biden did it. He said, "Oh, they signing executive orders. You don't want to go through the Congress when you do executive orders. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
He don't want no order. That's
why
everybody that was with him and stuff like that." Giuliani got to pay them two black women $100 and something million. Giuliani ain't even got a place to live. How many of them got sued because they followed that fool Donald Trump? Anybody from New York know he's a fool. Fool. And we was glad when he said he didn't want to live here no more and he went to Florida. Y'all let him be your problem.
Hey, my mistake. That was Social Security. That was a Social Security fraud that I was referring to.
No,
we know.
When you said that.
Yeah, it was, but how do you get people 300 years old collecting Social Security though?
But that's been proven a lie, also, Doc. We knew what you were talking about, but that's been proven a lie, also. Because the problem is, first of all, they never came with no real receipts, no real names that we could verify. That's number one. Number two, none of these programs are 300 years old. How in the world? We didn't have records of most people back then. So what in the world? Man, you know what? I came on here to talk.
I got another question. Do we believe that there's corruption in the government?
What they say?
Bishop Sister and Bishop Nelson, do we believe that there's corruption in the government?
No doubt. Donald Trump is the worst.
Oh, Father God.
Yeah, but y'all still complaining when y'all had the people that y'all wanted in office for the past 4 years.
Brother, this dude,
y'all got exactly what y'all wanted for the past 4 years, and y'all still complaining. So how does that make sense?
For the past 4 years,
y'all talking about what Kamala Harris is going? No, hold on, wait, hold on, brother. For the past 4 years,
that's a dumb question.
Hey, Alton, can I ask you a question? Ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it corrupt for a party to say the sitting president is alert and aware when he wasn't the entire time?
Yeah, that sounds like that's some corruption to me.
Because
hold on, remember
who was then running the president? Who was running the?
If that offends you more than taking your Social Security, you got a problem.
I'm just asking a question.
You got a problem. If you think that offends you more than taking your check, you got a problem. Because guess what? They
listen,
take all y'all's checks. I'm retired.
Wait 1 second. My daughter just reminded me of something.
Lord.
You want corruption? In his first term, he gave over $100 million to a project for his daughter in India, whatever she was doing. Corruption.
Hey, what did Biden get? What did Biden give? Hey, hold on. What did Biden? Hold on.
She ain't even gonna think. She ain't even. It won't be corrupt in her eyes.
Hold on. What did Biden give? No, wait. I have a question. When Biden okayed the money to Ukraine, do you know the documentation that was sent in terms of the allocation of funds? Where did they go?
Hey, first of all, I'm glad you asked that question. First of all, it was supposed to go. No. I know what he's trying to say, but this was proven a lie as well. That money was allocated by who? Who allocated the money, brother? That's the first question.
The Congress.
Thank you. Who held it up?
Who put the bill forward?
No. I'm asking. No, this is, brother. Believe me, we finna get to the bottom of it.
Zelensky went to Biden for this.
No, Doc. Come on now. Zelensky is the head of. He's the head of Ukraine. They were supposed to get that money because it was already allocated by Congress. There was nothing wrong with that money going to where it was supposed to go.
But that could have went towards the reparations, though.
What happened was Trump decided that he wanted to get some dirt on Biden, so he depended on liars over there in Ukraine that made up some stuff about where the money's supposed to go.
Zelensky said it.
Huh?
Zelensky said they only got 30% of the money.
Why not? Wait a minute. Let me look that up. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
Look at the interview.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
So are we praying for those who are in leadership?
We should be
praying that they get voted out.
My bishop sister, you was the one that wanted to go to the Bible earlier.
We want to admit that leadership is corrupt. Yes, we're supposed to pray.
Still waiting.
We pray.
Where that 700? Where that 70%?
Oh, believe me, I'm typing right now, brother.
Where that 70% go?
Watch this.
I'm asking. Zelensky said that. Zelensky said only got 30%.
I'll be right with you.
I'm not defending Project 2025. I'm just letting you know.
I hope you're not.
Is there anything in Project 2025 that could be beneficial? I just like to ask questions because I think sometimes we be throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
That's for y'all to answer. That's for y'all to answer.
If the
little mother, you see the question I said though. Got no answers. See, little mother, you see the answer. You see, little mother, answer. I asked a question about this. Happened during Biden's administration with the war in Ukraine. I got no answers.
That's because I'm still looking.
Ukrainian leadership said they only got 30%. They said that. And this money came from Biden's administration. You want to talk about corruption?
It was not allocated. It was not allocated during Biden's administration, brother.
When was allocated?
Biden was not in office when this money was allocated, bro.
Yes,
it was not. Why do you think they impeached? Why do you think they impeached Trump? One of the reasons
when did the Ukrainian war start?
Brother, we're not talking about the war. We're talking about that money.
That's what the money came for the war, for them to provide arms for them. That's what the money came from.
Wait a minute. Well, you got to be specific because you got to understand something. The money that was allocated to Ukraine for their protection was done well before Biden took office. So you got to be specific. So what? Okay, I tell you what.
There's a specific amount given.
What's the name of the bill?
It wasn't a bill.
It has to be a bill, bro. For the Congress, for the Congress to allocate, it's got a name. Is what I'm saying. You got to be specific.
So it was how much? Let's listen to it right now. There was approximately $112 billion sent in 2022 alone.
Exactly. But that argument.
What administration is that?
The argument started before 2022, brother. That's the reason they had a problem.
It's not an argument. The money was sent. The money was sent during Biden's administration.
Exactly, but it wasn't allocated. It wasn't allocated during Biden's administration. That money should have been gone, brother.
Based on what?
Trump held it up because he wanted to get dirt on Biden.
When was this? Like, where are you getting?
And that was during the Biden. That was during the Trump administration. Why do you think one of the reasons they put that in his impeachment clause? He was holding up allocated. He was holding up he was holding up allocated money by Congress to Ukraine.
So how much money was it?
I don't know. I think 174 billion. I think.
No, that was only for 2022.
As of April, Congress has appropriate. Wait, say that again.
$112 billion in 2022 alone was sent to sent to Ukraine from the U.S. And based on what Zelensky said, they've only, from all the money sent during this time, they've only received 30% of that money. Where did the 70%? Where did the 70% of that money go?
Did you pull that up? Did you pull that story up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll pull it up right now. I'll show you.
Put it up right now. Let's read the whole thing because y'all like to pick stuff apart and then all of a sudden I want to see the whole story.
Okay. I'll pull it right now. Let's go right there.
Come on, this other brother over here. Come on to the microphone whilst they doing what they doing. I seen you in the back waiting. Amu, come on to the microphone. You the brother that goes by the name Ben also? All right, he don't know what. Dunamis, type of one if you didn't fall asleep. I'll put him out and bring Dunamis back in because he done type of one. Y'all hear me, right?
Yeah, can you share my screen real quick?
No. What you getting ready to do?
I want to back up Elder Tim with something.
Now look at God. Lord. You backing up Bishop Tim.
Please do. Lord. Yeah, he want to get on all that.
Fair use, Elder Tim. You talking about DEI, and we got to touch on Elon Musk. Fair use.
This is a remarkable sort of measure of how the world has turned, that a nostalgic product of apartheid South Africa, Elon Musk, whose grandparents moved there after the Second World War. They were in the Canadian Nazi Party, his maternal grandparents. They moved to apartheid South Africa to be with people with whom they felt at home, a family legacy that he's not repudiated. That his mother very much carries on. If you've sort of caught her at all on TV, she turns up both sides of the Atlantic. She's a alt-right sort of unapologetic exponent of what her son is also pushing, and his algorithm is also promoting on his social media site. And this is far-right politics, hatred of multiculturalism. What he said to the AFD rally that he addressed in that sort of Orwellian big screen, his face comes up and he says, you should no longer feel guilt for what your grandparents or great-grandparents did. It was very clear what he was talking about in a speech that attacks immigration and multiculturalism, the idea that different races cannot live together. This is not something we should just dismiss as a sort of bloviation or the trolling of a sort of Silicon Valley tycoon. This is the sort of shadow president of the United States. And Trump doesn't contradict him, and sometimes Trump echoes him and amplifies him, and vice versa. I cannot stress the newness of this, and the ominous, so the tone of menace to this is very real. And it's being noticed, all around the world, including in allied countries that thought they were allies of the United States and are now beginning to wonder. This is a remarkable sort of.
Elder Tim, what are your thoughts to that?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so glad you brought that up. Cause here's the let me bring back the playbook. Ever since World War II, ever since the end of World War II, there are two things that have kept the nations from going to World War III. And it's in the history books. I'll pull it up if I have to. and that's nuclear weapons and NATO. Nuclear weapons and NATO. What's his name? Elon Musk is working on behalf of the fascist countries in order to break up NATO, and Donald Trump is following suit. In the United Nations, just recently, he sided with Russia on who started the Ukraine-Russian war. He said Donald Trump, with the help of Elon Musk, said that Ukraine started the war, but the truth of the matter is Ukraine hasn't bombed not one hospital in Russia, has not bombed women and children in Russia. Count how many women and children have been killed by the Russians in Ukraine, in Ukraine since this war started. What Trump is doing, he's even warring with our neighbors, Mexico and Canada, to the point to where he's basically doing exactly what Putin wants done, and that's the breakup of NATO.
Exactly.
When NATO breaks up, when those countries break up, that gives Putin to do the same thing that the German Hitler did when he invaded. They're gonna go right across Ukraine and hit Poland. That NATO nation.
Yes, I agree with. Let me slide this in also. It's because Putin is a dictator, and he wants to reestablish the USSR. These countries are breakaways from Russia, and they want to stand independent like they have been. Russia, because of Putin, and you know he was a part of their military, he wants to reestablish the USSR, I guess, to make him feel more powerful. These countries, Moldova, Ukraine, all of them was part of the USSR. And he's going to go after one after the other until he has established that. For some reason, Trump has some kind of bro romance with him, but he likes the strength, I guess, of dictatorship. That's why he told y'all, same people that voted for him, if you get me in here, y'all don't have to vote again. This is America. This is not Russia. We vote. We vote our officials in. That's why they left Europe and came to this new country to establish ourselves, not as a dictatorship, not as a monarchy, but he wants to be a monarch in his mind. He's a narcissist. If y'all need to look up narcissist, y'all need to look at that. He's definitely a narcissist.
Hey,
he's not doing this for the benefit of the country. He see the country as an extension of his business. But I done told y'all he had 8 failed businesses. So he's not that smart. Thank you.
Elder Tim, this is the video. This is Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. This is his interview on the Associated Press. I'm going to play it. You can't hear. You have to look at the comments. This is from the Associated Press. He speaks to the money that they received and compared to what they were supposed to receive from the United States. Just read the citations there.
And then I'm going to play the video from Al. So that other brother in the back, I'm going to try to bring you on. I don't know if that's Ben. That's the same brother. I'm going to try to bring him on. I'm playing out some video. I'm going to try. I can only bring on
Я
6
коли
people.
чую, і раніше чув, і сьогодні ми чуємо від Сполучених Штатів Америки, що Америка дала Україні сотні мільярдів, 177, якщо сказати більш точно. Така звучала точна цифра, яку підтримували або голосував Конгрес, тощо різні організації. Дивіться, я як президент...
Wait, you see what he said? Which was supported and voted on by Congress. So this is
exactly allocated by Congress. I got you. When?
This was what? Oh, you recorded this last.
Я як президент воюючої країни вам...
No, I'm talking about when. I'm talking about when was the money allocated?
I think it was 2021. I'll double check.
My point is, I don't think that we need to be funding. I think it's good to help Ukraine, but we don't have to fund them in this. The whole world need to help fund and fight back communism. Not
But I'm saying,
America. We all of that money. I am in agreement. We don't need to send all of that over there. That's one thing I'd agree with Trump with. If y'all want to hear me agree. That's one thing I do. They don't need all of that money from us.
But the reason I brought this up is talking about corruption, though. The reason I brought this up is talking about corruption from an administration, and there's at least over $100 billion that's unaccounted for.
Biden that was something
Where's
that
the money
Biden
at?
did. Where did the money go? That's true.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. Like this
yes.
is under his administration, and the only reason we know about this is because Zelensky went out, mentioned it, and Trump mentioned it. Why wasn't this brought? Why wasn't this brought up?
Send that. We shouldn't have promised so much money because we probably
we're gonna have to investigate.
That's corruption, though. But I say that's the corruption, though. Where did the money go?
One thing about it, nobody ever said Democrats wasn't corrupt. That ain't the point.
Thank you.
I started out. I started out this.
Y'all said the most corrupt was
Because
corrupt.
Trump is your president, brother.
Biden
ain't your president.
You're more corrupt than the Democrats. One thing about it, I like somebody. Let me tell you something. Somebody was, I forgot who it was. He said, I'm sick and tired of these Republicans. All of their states, these Republican states, they want to rule everything, but they ain't got no money. The states that got money is New York, California, all Democratic states that up the money for all of this stuff.
That's true.
It's the Republican Party that wants to beat everything down and act like they in control and they ain't did nothing. It was a Democrat. We have to look, what did the Republican Party give us in recent history but a headache like Donald Trump? I had to, when Donald Trump won the first time, I had to apologize in my mind to Ronald Reagan because I hated him so much. And George W., the first one, that's the son, and George H., all of them was much better, more superior than this fool that y'all all rallied under.
Hail to Tim. This is the, you were right. There is a bill, so you are right, but this is the bill. It's under Biden's administration. It's HR 7691, Additional Ukrainian Supplement Appropriations Act. This act provides $40 billion in fiscal year 2022. So this one is continuing from the one from last year. So this was 2021 they had the initial one, but they added $40 billion in emergency supplement appropriations for activities to respond to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Again, the invasion happened during Biden's administration. That's why I think the funds were allocated for supporting Ukraine. So to say this was started with Trump, that's not necessarily true. That Ukrainian support was to help them secure the border. It wasn't for the war and the invasion. There was a specific amount of funds, but there was a specific amount of funds for the invasion, and that's that 175
I'm sorry, hold on a minute.
That wasn't the argument.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. And Moo, come to the microphone. I want to hear this gentleman right here. He's been waiting for a minute. You unmuted. You know how to work this.
You can
tell me
you want to put somebody else.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Nobody can hear me? Hold on. Let this other brother go right here.
Yeah, I can hear you, moderator. Hello, Hotep. Yehudu to the people. I've been listening carefully, taking notes on all the comments and rebuttals. Is there anyone on the panel that is a veteran or served active duty?
I'm a disabled vet.
Okay, so you were in Vietnam War or Desert Storm or Iraqi Freedom?
I wasn't in none of them because I got hurt. I'm 57 years old. I'm too young for the Vietnam, but I will say Desert Storm or Desert Shield. I can't remember which one of them. I was called to the med station during that time, and the war ended because the Iraqis waved the white flag. So now I didn't serve in no wars.
They backed off from Kuwait. Yeah. Okay. So I was in active duty at the wind down of the Vietnam War during the cleanup, basically, and logistical transfer of munitions and weapons and so forth and equipment back to the United States. That equipment, which was salvageable. Most people don't understand geopolitics, and if you don't understand geopolitics and/or understand how the Department of Defense and government and nation building or nation undermining and overthrowing works, you're only speaking from a a theoretical or hypothetical position regarding all of these things that have been discussed on the panel. I'm not sure which sister made the statement that Russia is main goal and focus is to rebuild the USSR. It's factual. That's a factual thing. When Russia invaded Afghanistan, it broke Russia. The war, when it winded down and ended, the guerrilla fighters or the freedom fighters that Americans sided with was the Mujahideen. And the person that assembled the Mujahideen to fight on the British and American side and the French side was no other than Osama bin Laden and his father, Mohammed bin Laden. When the war winded down in the late 70s, which I was still in active duty, this is before Reagan became president, that war broke the USSR up into 10 separate nations. And that's where we get Ukraine, Donbass, Donetsk lands from, which was a part of the USSR. So the goal of Vladimir Putin, who is the supreme KGB agent, which I believe Donald Trump is an asset to the KGB, but under the guise of Vladimir Putin. And if people don't understand why things are happening, and they're feeling the effect, but they don't understand the mechanics, they don't understand the demographics, the geopolitics behind this. This country, America, is in serious trouble. And most people are making this, trying to rationalize or understand this or make geopolitical statements based on theology, based on history, which is important. But this is right out of the playbook of Project 2025. Why? Because they plan to do all the things that they're doing and even more before the year of 2026. I yield.
Hey, brother, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with the fact that Ukraine at one time had nuclear weapons, but they gave up their nuclear weapons for the protection of the United States? That's the reason why Ukraine no longer have them. Huh?
United States said they won't protect them.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Ukraine was invaded twice by Russia.
Correct.
Yeah.
Twice by Russia. And
but when USSR broke up, at that particular time, there were nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Ukraine gave them up for protection from the NATO nations or something. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Correct. Yes. And that's another component to it. That was one of the agreements that to ward off going to war with Russia. So Russia is an empire. It's not just a nation. Ukraine is a country within a Russian or USSR bloc that was part of the USSR before the Russians the USSR invaded Afghanistan. What did they do that for? They wanted control of the oil reserves and they wanted control of the opium, of the poppies. That was the main reason for that. But the Mujahideen fighters had bogged them down because when it was during the cold season, the fighters would go up in the high elevation of the Hindu Kush mountains. So Russia couldn't compete with that. Even though they can deal with the temperature, they couldn't deal with the elevation. That was one of the problems that bogged them down. So after a almost 11-year war, Russia signed an agreement, pulled out on the backing of U.S., backing the Mujahideen, and after that, they gave up those territories that they're trying to now recapture and bring back into the USSR to expand the Russian Empire.
And to break up NATO.
Right. They want NATO out of the way. And if things keep going the way that they are, they will have a direct frontal asymmetrical war with the UN troops.
And now all of a sudden
that's the only safeguard.
So I have a question. So what do you suggest, or what is your suggestion for us now? What are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to maneuver and survive during these times?
Good question.
Well, we got to understand what's happening on the ground. First of all, politics has always been a two-edged sword. Steel sharpens steel. So the question someone posed is there corruption in politics or corruption in both parties? There always have been. That's the reason why we have never had a viable third party. But I'm no expert in snakes. So if I saw a snake or a group of snakes, I'm going to deal with them based on what I understand about the nature of a snake. I'm going to try to figure out which one is the most deadliest, the most potent, and the most venomous. Right now,
and mentioning about that's the reason. That's the reason why I brought up the fact about the two-party system. We live in a government of checks and balances with separate powers, but because the two parties are running it, I started out with that. I don't know why nobody didn't hear me. I was criticizing both of them because the two-party system, the government of checks and balances is impossible. Because everybody, if your president become of a particular party become president, there's no checks because the legislative and the judicial all follow behind their president.
No, but
that's what's wrong with the two-party system.
Wait a minute, y'all are going back into explaining. That wasn't my question. What to do?
What to do? Wait. Let me jump in, brother. You explain. I think we have to understand first, understanding that the party systems that we have now are going away. If you don't believe so, understand why you had Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, leader of Facebook, all of them behind Donald Trump. The plan has been in place. If you understand what a plutocrat is. No, that's plutocrats, actually. That's the better term now. Plutocrats, globalists, they are moving into
they use oligarchs too.
It's an older term, but the more modern terms of plutocrat. But
cut on the television, brother.
It's moving to a technocracy. So if we know what a technocracy is, understand the hive mind from different systems and algorithms will be running our government. That's why. Wait. Let me just finish up. That's why. I know, but let me just finish my statement. That's why you see those specific entities aligning with Trump, and that's why you see those moving, because this is where government is going. Under Biden's administration, he already had an AI bill that he was going to pass, or an initiative to where AI helps with bill creation. So you have to understand this is where the government is going. We cannot control this. Now, if you want to get into prophecy, we're not doing it right now. But I'm just saying we have to admit the technocracy is here. And that's what Doge's job is and has been. That's why Elon is getting connected to all of this. It's because government will be run through systems and algorithms that's more efficient. That's where the circular economy is coming. That's why capitalism, as we see, is going to become what the plutocrats want, is they own everything. That is the game. That is what is happening now. So once the circular economy comes, it's what I say, it's regardless of party line. It doesn't matter. So that's why when we see what Trump is doing, he's just continuing what the corporations are already pushing for. The reason Trump won anyway is because of Elon's backing him, as well as other things connected to Joe Rogan and all this other stuff. But I'm saying, if you want to see what we do now,
can I ask you a question, brother? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Basically, what you're saying, we're seeing the process of the breakup of the Constitution, right?
Exactly.
No, Constitution will be held
yes,
up
it is, brother. Because the Constitution is based on separation of powers. Once you get rid of separation,
it will be separated still. It'll still be separated via.
No, it won't. No, it won't. Just explain.
No. Do you know what the technocracy is? Do you know what it is?
No, but I know what separation of powers is, and
separation of powers is still going to be processed
How?
by their own systems.
How?
That's what
Explain
I'm saying.
Explain
Example,
it.
when the
I'm retired from an IT field. I'm retired from an IT field. I work as information technologist.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying,
engineer.
Like, in the
I agree
judicial
with what
branch.
you're saying. I agree with what you're saying.
All right.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying. But the component that I think that people are leaving out is the fact whether it be a plutocracy or autocracy or a technocratic controlled society based on technology, based on AI, based on AI models, so forth and on. Those people that will control those models and control those systems as it relates to goods and services and the exchange of currency, whatever currency may be, still will be the ones that control economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. That's the reason why there's so many systems that are weapon systems or warfare systems, high-tech warfare systems, are coming along with the new models of AI and the chips and the super cooling data centers that will be able to cool those processes and systems off in order that they don't have to use halon or fuel, not fuel, but liquid cooling systems. They have that right now in some of Google's data centers. So whatever system they move into, it will still be based on the 1%, 2%, 3% controlling 80 to 90%, controlling 90% of the world's resources indirectly and directly as it relates to education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. I yield.
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I understand what you're saying, brother. The reason I brought up and Elder Tim's question is a great question. In the judicial branch, they're going to still have their own system to articulate bills and to articulate laws. They are going to run those systems through either a machine learning device or it's also an AI algorithm that is then going to affirm if this is the correct standard. Now, will this change down the road? I don't know, but I know
they're doing it now.
Well, wait, yeah, they're doing it now, but I'm saying, like, in terms of the Constitution going away, I do see it supporting the Constitution currently, just to a very rigorous level, and that's why I think Trump is trying to do with Elon, with Doge, is they're holding everything up by a fine-tooth comb with all the specific needs and trimming the fat to connect to the Constitution to a more, I would say, succinct level. Now, again, this is why you're going to see a lot more issues, but I'm saying there's going to be more of an issue is when you start seeing how rigorous they hold things to the Constitution. You're going to have to alleviate and move more things to the state level because the Constitution is going to be held up. AI and the algorithms they have in process, we're going to articulate all the bills, all the executive orders, everything that's being processed now is going to be run through Doge. And
brother, can I ask you a question?
Wait. I'm still
and that's
talking.
Against the Constitution.
When you finish, let me know, brother, because I want to answer something you said.
I'm saying it's not necessarily against. I will say it's alongside. It's like imagine this.
No, sir.
Imagine this. But I'm saying imagine this. The Constitution is the foundation. The foundation, or say the Constitution is the ocean. Doge is the river. The rivers are going to funnel to the. I'm saying if you understand, do you understand what Doge is? It's looking.
I understand what it is, but I think the way that you're
wait. I'm not saying about the simplicity.
It's a fake government entity because the representation of Doge has not.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about understanding what Doge is. We hear the idea of these super engineers. We're not talking about them. I'm talking about the machine learning and algorithms they're using to check specific data centers connected to the government. This is going to apply to all matters in government. And that's what I'm saying. They're just starting with specific branches and specific entities. This is going to apply to everything. And then that's where you move into a technocracy to where the AI intelligence is going to rule the government based on what? It needs a specific definition. And when you understand programming, the Constitution may be that foundation it holds everything to. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead.
This sounds like the end time to me.
Is that your theory or your speculation, brother? Is that because I haven't read that, and I've read that. I read tech mechanics peer review studies as it relates to technology, new technologies that are coming on, legacy technologies that are going away. So what you said, it sounds good. You probably could be a spokesman for those, but you can't tie that.
I can see some stuff in
See,
terms
because
of the economy what they're moving to.
you got to understand the three branches of government, the judicial, legislative, and executive branches, are what's being gutted. Congress, they say Congress controls the purse, right?
Can you explain what gutted means in that aspect? When you say gutted, what do you mean?
Gutted means is in their, I'm using their words, drain the swamp, trim the fat. See what wasteful spending.
So trim the fat. So trim the fat.
The beast.
Brother, we can't talk at the same time.
I'm just saying define terms. I'm saying you're saying trim the fat. That could be used.
I'm gonna define it, brother. I'm gonna define it. I'm gonna define Doge. So, what is Doge? Before Trump was elected, no one even heard that term. That's new speak to me. Well, okay, it's just like saying, what is DEI? Which term has been in the lexicon of language within the political realm or the social realm longer, Doge or DEI?
DEI.
Okay, now, you have a foreigner. They said is a billionaire or the richest man on the planet. The richest people on the planet's names don't appear in any journals, any financial publications. It don't appear in Forbes or any peer reviewed financial documents. Elon Musk is not the richest man on the planet, but the people that he's affiliated with, associated with within his companies, those are the people that are backing Doge, and those are the people that are backing Elon Musk. He's just the face. He's just the youthful face to push this agenda. Now, that's the reason why Congress hasn't pushed back. Why? For the past 60 years, the money that are on the account of the United States, what the people classify as the taxpayers' money, has not been in the control of Congress nor the taxpayer. Article 10, Sections 8 and 9 of the Constitution states that only Congress can coin money and regulate the value thereof. The value of $1 or a cent or half a cent hasn't been voted on since 1974. So all of this money that they're extracting out of the wasteful spending and the economy through taxes, federal taxes and state taxes and property taxes, that's how they suck debt out of the economy. But then they pump more money into the economy, which causes more devaluation of the U.S. dollar or currency. That's the reason why the dollar is in decline. So therefore, they have to come up with a technological answer to recession, to debt, and the debt ceiling. The debt, they will never pay off. The debt can never be paid off. Why? Because the money that they're using as exchange for goods and services is unconstitutional as we speak. So when people say, well, what are we supposed to do? What should we do? What should we invest in? The question is not that, because they're not even telling us what they're investing in. They're investing in rockets. They're investing in mining. They're investing in controlling cobalt mines, diamond mines, gold mines, titanium, quartz, uranium. And where are those natural resources that they need to pump blood into Western civilization?
Precious earth.
Africa, they robbing Africa as usual.
From Africa. And this is the reason why the global.
Are you saying we're not supposed to just go with the flow? And just sit around?
You're supposed to do this. This is what you're supposed to do. If anybody's my age, and I'm not, well, I'll say how old I am. I'm in my late 60s. We survived many things that people thought our people would never survive. And we did it at times when we did not know what to do. And what we did, we pivoted
we adjusted, and we rolled with the punches. But the thing we tried to make sure is that the punches didn't come our way. Because we still don't understand that we still live in a society where racism, white supremacy, not racism and white supremacy, not prejudice and biases. I say racism, white supremacy. A system controlled by those people that classify themselves as white. There's no such evidence of a white race. There's only one race, the human race. But because of the construct and the metrics and matrix of racism, white supremacy, they prefer whiteness over their anthropological origin, which is Caucasus or Caucasian, a Khazarian. So the question is, what would they do to make?
Hold on,
bro.
We got to fact check you on that. We got to fact check you on that.
No, let him cook. Y'all won't even on here. Let him cook.
You can fact check me on this right now. Give me your best example or best definition of racism, white supremacy.
My best definition?
Best definition or example when you actually witness racism, white supremacy in real time.
Black Bottom, Detroit.
Okay, so
you know that
do black people maim and injure each other because they're black?
Yes, because they're in close proximity to each other.
Okay, so they're in close proximity to each other. Why is it that those people that classify themselves, that white people classify as black, make up the majority of those that are incarcerated in the industrial prison complex, if that's the case?
Well, I mean, you can speak to a myriad of things. If you're going by per capita,
answer my question.
If you're going by per capita, it's based on.
Okay, let's do per capita.
Yeah.
Let's go per capita. Okay, let's say per capita.
Volume. All right, per capita. If you're going to say that, it's because of the crimes that a lot of blacks commit in inner city.
What's a black? What's a black?
I mean, African Americans. It's a myriad of.
No, wait a minute. African American is tied to a geographical origin. Black is not tied to a geographical origin.
Black is not tied to a geographical origin.
Where's black land at?
No, so black land. So when you say Africa, who's African American?
If Mexico, if a person from Honduras say I'm a Honduran, he can point you geographically on a map or tell you where geographically Honduras or Honduran people come from.
Got you.
Black is a construct created by those people that classify themselves.
Everyone knows this. Everyone knows it. I'm saying we're using colloquial terms.
Oh, everyone knows this?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
These are colloquial. Like you use white person.
No, I'm using the term.
Wait. You used white person earlier, and we understood.
No, I said there's no such evidence. I said those that classify themselves as white.
Yeah,
I don't classify.
You're still using the term though. You're still using the term though.
No, because I'm trying to give you an understanding of the functionality and the mechanisms of racism, white supremacy. That's the reason why I'm using it.
Right, I got you.
So I'm trying to get you to prove to me that either white people exist or they don't exist. Black people exist or they don't exist.
These are colloquial terms that we use today.
What do you mean by colloquial terms? You just said black and then you said African American. You use those interchangeably.
Both of these terms are used to describe a people that you can say are freedmen. You can say our freedmen. You can say our color. You can say many different terms for people that are here.
Okay,
I said freedmen. I said color. There are many different terms.
Okay.
Where's freedmen? I mean, I don't know where brother going.
Where's freedmen land? Where's freedmen land? Where's freedmen land?
Do you know what a freedman is?
I do know what a freedman is. Yes.
So
and I know where the origin.
There's not a freedman land. It's not a need for a freedman land.
Okay, but tell me where's African American land or black land? Where is that geographically?
Black land would be Kemet, correct?
Kemet?
You said black land, right? Kemet, right? Black land, right?
Kemet? Okay, so wait, so if we're gonna say Kemet,
all right, let's go, little mother. Go ahead. We're gonna wrap it trip.
So if we're gonna say Kemet or Kemet 2, where is that location?
Okay, we straying from the topic here, and
thank you, Bishop Sister.
I think that we need to get back to the question that Little Mother has posted. What do we
go
do
ahead?
now?
Yes, go ahead.
All
Go ahead.
I can say is what I'm going to do now is I'm waiting for the midterm elections. I'm waiting for the midterm elections to stop this in our tracks. If we don't get out there as Democrats and make sure that the Senate and the Congress and whatever and the House don't go Democrat, so we can put our foot down to stop some of this nonsense, we are in dire trouble. I want y'all to realize, do you know how many people are leaving? How many people are looking to leave the country? But when I saw 2 days ago, my cousin put up a city right here in Maryland. Is other countries is paying people to come and move there to build up their population and stuff like that. So there's Americans that's considering Greece and different locations. It's out there. You can see, and they're paying people to move there. When I saw an American city right here in Maryland that's offering you $20,000 to move there, I said, because of the people that's leaving their houses and walking away. Do y'all know Arlington, Maryland, that how many people have left their houses because of all of their job loss and all of this stuff like this? This is how it's affecting. This is how this Donald Trump administration is affecting the little people. He said that he was going to make it in our pockets when we go to the grocery store. Y'all saw the 2 heists, like how we have money heists robbing banks. You saw the 2 heists that they had for eggs. They stole over, I forgot, 100,000 eggs worth $20-something thousand in one state and another state. This is serious. If we don't reverse this process, I don't see how this is making America great. When he said make America great, when are we going to be great? Back to what time? When women didn't have a bank account or couldn't sign for a mortgage? When we weren't free to go to whatever college we want to, when we had to raise up HBCUs and stuff like that to educate. When are we going back to when we were slaves? When are we going back? When they didn't even consider.
Bishop Sister, I think sometimes we exaggerate things, and I'm being honest. No, seriously, because it's like, okay, we know that when we look in the past, there were some things that were horrible, that was crazy, and it's like, no, we're not doing that. And then there are some things, it's like, okay, we need to get back to this, like values, moral values. Let's get back to moral values. Let's get back to, and I'm gonna say basic.
So, do you think Donald Trump brought us back to moral values when he had no values and no morals?
Moral values, that there is only male and female.
Oh, that's one point. What about rape?
Did you?
What
okay.
about
Lord?
What about not feeding the Bible talks about taking care of the widows, the orphans, and all this stuff. We're not doing that. When we
are you sure? Wait a minute. See, this is the thing. We got to slow the conversation down and get out of our emotions and look at
what emotion. This is our pockets we talking about. When you say get back to moral values, I want you to show me how an immoral person is bringing us back to morals. The only point y'all could talk about is what he did with Roe v. Wade, and he took that on himself, saying that
again. And you voted for a person who completely dismissed moral values. Let's make this.
Who is that? Who is that?
Kamala.
Kamala? How she dismissed moral values? The only thing you could say is that she was pro-choice. What other moral values?
Pro-choice. She was an advocate for this LGBTQ.
Yeah, you gotta look into her transgender. Her transgender approach was very, very.
That was one of my. When I was
that
looking
was the
at
main
the
reason
believers,
you voted for an immoral man. If you calling her immoral, y'all are hypocrites.
Wait. Kamala came into a church and started using talking points for the black church.
Because
she, what?
Whatever she stands for with LGBTQ and for abortion rights. But then you have an immoral, bankrupt person that you elected for. Show me scripturally if you want to. You talk about Kamala, okay?
Well, scripturally,
she's for LGBTQ, and she's for pro-choice.
Well, if we're gonna go scripturally,
Trump
but Bishop Sister,
countless women.
Bishop of the sister.
What?
If we're gonna go scripturally, my job is to pray for those who are in leadership
No, I'm talking about the point where you talking about how we voting for somebody immoral. So how can you hold up Donald Trump's morality above somebody else's? The other
unfortunately, which is one of those crazy things. It's like you put the lesser of the two evils. You look at the evils.
So Trump is the lesser of the two evil when he rapes and
clearly
and
I have said that I don't agree with everything. Let's remember that. So I would say if we're outweighing and we're looking at the different things, what we're looking at. And again, I'm not necessarily saying I'm not up here advocating for either one, but I would like us to be thoroughly honest when we are having the conversation. Because
I don't think it's honest saying that she was immoral and he's the person of the moral high ground.
And is that what you heard? Oh, that's how you took it. Okay. Oh, my bad. That's how you took it. So in regards to one of the reasons why it was hard for me to go that route as Democrat, and I'm registered Democrat based off of, it was passed down. My parents was Democrats. I think my great grandparents might have been Democrats. But the more I look into it and get involved, my values or what I look at doesn't necessarily line up with what Democrats talk about.
And I understand. So your values line up with a party of racism, a party of misogyny.
You're saying every Republican is racist. You're saying the Republican Party is racist.
The captured and hijacked Republican Party we have now that voted Donald Trump in, yes. I told you I apologize within myself to Ronald Reagan, George I, George II, all of them. I said they was a higher ground than what we are seeing right here. Okay. I don't mind crossing party lines to vote for the best of whoever it is. I don't mind that. But I have not seen that in this election. When it comes down to Donald Trump, and he wants to bring in. He don't want democracy. He wants oligarchy, and he wants a Putin. He want to be a little Putin here in the United States. When he could tell me that I don't have to go back and vote again. No, that's my right.
Do you know why he said? Do you understand?
So you agree with that?
You're not. Hey! I'm asking you a question now, Bishop.
The bishop. It's 2 terms and you done.
I'm asking you.
What saves me the fact that he can't get in there again. I'm trying to tolerate this 4 years.
You like CNN, don't you?
What?
You like CNN?
I don't like none of them. I stopped watching the news from the time that last election. I said I'm done with all of them. Everybody.
No, you get your where you get your news from?
I like
where you get your news from.
I just told you
that. That's a serious MAGA talking point. Where do you get your news from?
That's right. Thank
you. Not a talking point. If you're giving out information, I'm asking you where you get your information from. That's not a talking point.
Calm down.
That is a question of resources.
Wait. Y'all said some
Calm down, sister, so we can understand.
Wait. Y'all said that's a mega MAGA talking point.
Yeah, that's
what I said.
I have a question.
I'm asking you how can you validate what you get? So she heard me.
I can't understand you. Sister, calm down.
I'm very calm.
Okay, make your point. Make your point.
I asked her, where did she get her points from? She said something that you would find in some of our outlets. So that's why I was asking where you're getting your information from. So for you to insinuate that's a MAGA talking point, that's ridiculous.
No, I didn't insinuate it. I straight up said it.
Okay, for you to say that was an ignorant statement.
No, I didn't say okay.
I agree with him. I don't think that was an ignorant statement.
You can think that was an ignorant statement. Well, let me give you this. I vote alone. I'm a registered independent voter.
Congratulations.
I voted over the years Democratic.
You throw your votes away.
No. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm not talking about in the general election. I'm talking about in the primary. I vote along legislation and bills that will benefit the constituency in which I reside in, and how I vote and what I vote. How I vote and who I vote for is based on my constitutional right, based on what my ancestors fought and bled and was lynched for it. So therefore, I exercise that right in their ancestral honor. But at the same time, anyone that voted for this man that is in office, since he's been in office, give me 3 bullet points or 3 items that he has done that has not had an economical, social, political effect on the majority of all people in the United States of America.
I think that's a bad question. That's a horrible question.
Okay, so that's a bad question. A horrible question.
Because all
I give you an easy one.
Wait. No. I'm saying it's a bad question because first,
you said it's a bad question.
Any decision that a president makes, all those qualifications would apply. Any decision.
Okay, if that's the case, and this is what you said, that any president makes. Didn't you just say that?
List the 3 things you said that's the qualification. List those again. What's those 3 things?
No, I asked, the question I posed was list 3 items
but you
or
said
3 executive orders that he issued. I said 3 items or 3 executive orders, because that's all he's doing is issuing executive orders.
I said the 3 things after
Tell
that.
him to pay what he owes New York. That's what I want Trump to do.
Impacted his constituents, Democrats or non-Democrats.
I didn't hear your question. You got muted.
Farmers right now are upset as hell right now because they were already being paid subsidies to not grow exponential amount of crops and have those crops to be imported from Canada, from Mexico, from Argentina.
And
even say that again.
Who set that up? You said they're being paid not to grow, and I was just
being subsidized. Yeah, that's been going. I can say that's been going on from the last 3 presidents, even down to Clinton.
Okay.
So if you look at NAFTA, CAFTA, and all of those programs, which actually started the transferring of wealth, the middle class, and high-paying jobs that foreigners were doing, that were not even coming here on H-1B visas, that were residing in India and Singapore, that were doing that Americans could do. Both Democrats and Republicans signed off on that legislation and on those deals and on those pacts.
Do you know why?
I ain't picking no cotton no more, and I'm not picking no nothing.
I know. Yes, I know why they did.
They gonna put you in the front of the line the way you on here acting on the slides.
Regardless of how
back to slavery, Sister Bishop. We're not going back to slavery.
Regardless of why they did it, the impact of what they're doing, we're experiencing it now. One thing I can tell you, when Vivek Ramaswamy got up there and started talking about bringing in engineers from India, technical people, coders, programmers from India, that's what got it. I don't want to excuse no. That's what got him thrown off the Doge project, because he let the cat out of the bag. I'm not even sure if he was intentionally doing that. But what that said to the so-called 78 million people that voted for MAGA, and let's distinguish MAGA from historical Republicans. The historical Republican Party does not exist. They have all acquiesced to what is classified now as MAGA.
That's why I said earlier.
I kind of want to get back to the topic about our Black Christians.
Oh, that's a subject. I'll mute my mic because I'm not a Christian. Y'all can have that. I just listen.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Bishop sister. Are Black Christians gullible?
Ma'am.
Are Black Christians gullible?
Oh, no. I think we're smart and sharp. I don't think that we're gullible.
That's for everybody in here. That question's for everybody in here.
I don't know whatever caused our people to look at. I don't even care. If you had said you voted for the third party, I would have even appreciated it better. But what black person in their good mind looked at Donald Trump?
Well, you already called me a misogynist, so I'm already 2 for 2 with you.
Oh yeah. I'm questioning. I'm wondering.
You love me.
I have a question. I have a question. I'm a little younger. I'll say this. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. But I'll be honest. I did get offended by both President Biden and Trump. But one thing that really offended me, even before Trump got reelected, was I was told by him on a black platform,
come on,
Joe Biden, if I don't vout for him, I'm not black. So to me,
and
that
Trump
is one of the most offensive. Wait. Wait.
What's going to say? You said that statement, and Trump said,
I said
that he
one
don't know
of.
what good black person or woman in their mind will vote for anybody but him. Can you imagine?
But wait. But I mean, he didn't bring race to it. But I'm gonna say this: there's been a party there's been a party that has often associated black folks with issues. Both parties have done this, but they assume we're supposed to vote for them.
Come on now.
So why are you telling me, like, you're on a younger platform on whatchamacallit, the Breakfast Club, and you're telling Charlemagne, if you don't vote for me, you're not black? What does that tell me about who you feel we are as black people?
Do me a favor, pull up that Larry Elder comment on that TikTok too, where he had checked Charlemagne on that.
Right. And even Jason said something, and I've said it before. Now when Trump was a Democrat,
he was no good either.
No. But Bishop Sister, now let's be honest. Let's look. He was in movies. He was in rap videos. He was in rap songs. What's your homeboy? Jesse Jackson had him at the Black NAACP. He was all up with us.
With us because he was figuring out which way he could win.
No.
This was
because
a plan.
As a matter of fact, guess who's going to be his running mate?
It was a plan that he had for years that wanted to get in the White House. This has been in his pocket for years. And what he was doing was searching and feeling which way and which group of people would get me in there. Trump was doing all of that stuff, and he's doing foolishness with what's his name that's in jail now or whatever, Diddy or whatever. All of that stuff, that was his perversion like perversion. So that's what it wasn't about. Him in his interest with black people. Y'all forgot the Central Park 5. I remember that. Born and raised in New York. The Central Park 5, when he took out 2 full-page center page ads in the newspaper condemning those boys that didn't do anything. They wasn't even.
Right. I have a question though.
They did not do it.
They did.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
When he took it out, they thought. But the world thought they did it when he took out the ad. Is that correct?
It's the Central
No,
Park
that's not true. I was born in New York.
Say that again, Brian.
Nothing.
Let your sister hear it down in the back.
What you said,
Let your sister hear it in the back.
Let me hear where was you at, Brian, when the Central? I'm gonna ask you that now. I'm getting the family business.
Up north somewhere.
Where was you at when that Central Park was going on? That's all I'm gonna say and leave it right there. Bye.
No.
Hey, can I say so? Isn't Donald Trump releasing the MLK files?
That part.
I'm just asking.
That's
is
foolishness.
Oh,
wait. So you don't want to know? You don't want to know?
What? Why is he doing that, to throw us a bone?
He's doing it. He's not just doing it for black people. He's bringing up MLK. He's doing Bobby Kennedy, and he's doing JFK.
All of that that's an agenda.
What agenda? Wait, so now it's an agenda? What?
I guess that's maybe I'm slow. You did say I was, I was in elementary.
They need to rise up against that. That's what I think. That's an agenda. Trust me.
So we should rise up against him releasing the MLK files.
That don't even do it.
Wait. So don't release it?
If the family ain't asking for it, what he's doing with it? Why he got to bring it up?
Wow.
We have it's that. You know what? If y'all don't see that he's causing confusion and trying to bring problems, I don't know what to say.
What confusion is he causing? I'm asking like for real questions though.
Yeah, these are for real.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you real. Let me ask you a real question.
We still talking about Christians and being gullible.
No, I haven't heard that. They've been talking about. I haven't heard that. I can speak to that. I grew up Christian, so I can speak to that.
Oh Lord.
No.
My good sister.
What did you say?
I said I can speak to that. I was brought up in that.
So did you leave because so you was brought up in it? So you're not
Don't
anymore?
go down that way with biblical stuff.
Okay. No, I'm not gonna go there with sister on that, even though she's asking me questions, because I'm not sure what the sister's travel and studies is. I've been out of the continental U.S. I've been to 5-7 different countries during my time in the military. So I don't think, with no disrespect, I wouldn't think you'd be qualified to have that discussion with me.
You're right. I'm not. I'm a novice. That's below my grade.
Okay, that's good. So speaking to releasing classified.
I don't like that. What you call her?
Sister, no, I didn't call you a novice. I said exactly what I said.
I said that, Bishop sister.
No, I know. I'm asking. That's what you said. But what was you saying that she can't speak to? Now, no,
let me make my point. I spoke to the major 9 areas and I recited them more than once. But religion is one of the major 9 areas that I tend to stray away from or not have, particularly with people that look like me.
Okay, so
and second of all, because I know because I use myself as an example. I'm almost 69 years old, so I use myself as an example. I don't know what the hell I got out of it, but I did it because my mama told me to go, and my grandmama told me to go, and my granddaddy told me to go, and I had no reason, I had no recourse other than go. Whether I understood what the preacher was saying or didn't understand what the preacher was saying. But if a person chooses to believe in whatever religion or theology or God they choose, they have that innate sentient being right to believe or subscribe to it. But the question I was pointing to was the releasing of the classified documents on the assassination of Bobby Kennedy. Because I remember when Bobby Kennedy was assassinated. Well, Bobby Kennedy was assassinated. Martin Luther King was assassinated. Malcolm X was assassinated. So Patrice Lumumba. So a whole host of our models of inspiration and challenging this system, this juggernaut of racism, white supremacy. They cut them all down in their prime. But I would say this, is that why haven't Robert Kennedy Jr. looked into or had no public statements on who assassinated his father and his uncle? Because the documents are unclassified and they're already released. So why hasn't he said anything about who assassinated his father and his uncle, and who were the culprits, and was the military industrial complex involved in it, and or was Army intelligence or naval intelligence involved in it, and for what reason?
Why is Reverend Ike on the screen, Leo?
Leo been changing his.
You know where we're going. You know where we're going with this.
Today.
You know where we're going with this.
So,
Mr.
Amu, do you have a theory as to why they were released that you want to share with us?
Black Christians are gullible. They believe Reverend Ike, didn't they?
Oh, get out of here!
I don't really.
Okay, you know what?
When I was a Christian, I didn't know what a Christian was. When I was a Christian, I didn't know what a Christian was. And right today, at 68 years old, I don't know what a black Christian is. I know what they say they are, but I don't know what they are.
Okay, good. So you can't speak to that. Thank you.
No, I can't speak to that because I was one.
What? That's really what?
Because he went gullible.
Listen, life is a process. Life is a matriculation. If you're a Catholic, if you're a Pentecostal, if you're a Catholic, if you're Episcopalian, if you're a Methodist, you have a right to believe that. Do you wonder why so many people wonder why is there so many churches and so many denominations if there's only one God?
No, I don't wonder that.
Why did
No,
why the origin?
We don't care.
I know you don't care.
But we
and
know
most black folks don't care.
We know
and
why.
most so-called black folks don't care.
Well, you
And
can
reason
believe
why
whatever
they
you
don't care.
believe, but on this broadcast, you talking people here. We Christians, we weren't.
Hey,
born,
glory to God.
Hey,
guess what? And guess what?
Well,
You have a right
most
to
of
be
us.
that.
And they
You have the
some
right
other,
to be
we have
it
some
and
Israelites
believe
in
it.
here too. Israelites, it's okay.
I'm not an Israelite, but what I am is I'm down with and I'm in solidarity with all people, but in particularly my people, in fighting the system of racism and white supremacy. And whatever tool you use to do it, whether it be economics, education, entertainment, politics, sex, religion, labor, and law, you have a right to do it. Now, people talk about abortion and Roe v. Wade and overturning Roe v. Wade. But as soon as you get 17, 18, they want to send you off to boot camp or induct you into the military or draft you in the military and train you in killing and use some of the most sophisticated armaments and munitions there is and put a badge or put a medal on you. And when you come back, call you a hero, whether you have an arm or leg or you're missing a torso, whether you're paraplegic or quadriplegic. But they believe in saving lives.
Mr. Amu, for
But they
clarity,
they believe in the right to life.
Mr. Amu, for clarity, who are your people?
My people are the people that are in solidarity, regardless of what organization or religion you believe in, to fight against the system of racism, white supremacy as it's structured today in the so-called America.
So black people are your people. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
Again,
because I know you because you're using white.
So this is what I said. I'll repeat it again.
Go ahead.
I'll repeat it again. If you're in solidarity with me as a person, as a human being, a person that looks like you, a melanized person in the Americas.
Okay.
If you're fighting against a corrupt system based on racial supremacy and racial classification, you are my brother and you are my sister.
Okay. Okay.
If you're in opposition to that, and if you're in opposition to that, just like when the Civil War broke out, and some of us fought on the side of the Confederacy and the Union, on the battleground, I have to distinguish friend from foe.
Yes, sir.
And this reminds me of reading the history of the Civil War. See, because when I was coming up, it was dangerous to be associated as a spook that sat by the door, or what they call a coon, or so forth. But now these modern day technological platform coons cooning without reservation and without any fear and no trepidation. And back when I was coming up, coons suffered.
Okay. Well, we're going to go back to gullible Christians because I kind of wanted to reply to that.
Well, gullible Christians will fall in that category.
But you said earlier you can't talk on that. So I wanted to get your clarity on that. But then I'm going back to what we all can talk about. But I do feel there are people who have associated themselves with Christianity and they're black and they are straight gullible. Bishop sister, I will say that Leo is a nutcase.
You know what? I see Pastor Mike, and I see Pastor Mike corrected on Mr. Phil Fox, but he letting Leo run amok.
But Mr. Phil Fox, that's what he said. That what he said was true.
Well, I mean, my man's peace to the gods. Peace to the gods.
Peace to the gods. What is this?
And hotel.
Well, I mean, my man.
Brim just let him come on in.
What
and
is
then
going
just
on
fueling the fire.
This is my man's. We've had a dialogue before, and we found out some things about his belief system. That's all.
So, but wait, Bishop sister, you trying to say you don't think there's no gullible black people, black Christians? Now I know you ain't gonna sit up there and say that. Not the way you sit up there and go off on these men who won't let y'all be women bishops.
They don't have to make me because I'm already.
It's already. Oh, shots fired.
So they can see I have my my apostolic succession.
Somebody call Alton right now. Somebody call Dunamis right now.
I got my documentation, so.
But I'm just so you. Yeah.
Gullible Christians. I think. You mean black? What? Say the. What was it again?
So,
you said.
So your brother's title is "Are Black Christians Gullible?"
No, dispensational Tim.
Oh, this is
this is all Bishop.
Oh, this Bishop Tim.
Bishop Tim. This Bishop
when
Tim
was his
works
consecration?
Huh?
When was he consecrated?
Little mother consecrated him a few months back.
I ordained him. I took my bishop authority from you, and we went on ahead and we ordained.
Oh no, sweetheart! You have to have 3 bishops to make one.
Leo, you about to get
like the law.
One person can't just one bishop can't lay hands on a bishop and make a bishop. It can't happen.
Matter of fact, you got to have more. What about a synagogue? The larger. What's the number in the synagogue? You got to have 3 or 7.
It's 9 for a
9.
million.
Y'all will just say anything to me.
No, I think it's 9.
Bishop sister, you've been a pastor over some churches, and you've ordained some churches and stuff.
Yes, sweetheart. I have ordained.
Pull up the video. Pull up your consecrate. Pull up. Show them. She laying down. They covering up.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Bishop sister, if you don't pull up that consecration right now, I'm gonna call Naisha. I'm gonna call somebody and get it from him right now. Pull it up and show the whole video.
Are you still
Let it get Leo.
No, and I ordained. Yes, as a matter of fact, I was on the phone last night with a young woman that I'm considering ordaining this year. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now wait. Now, are you friends with the redhead lady that?
Not at all. I met her through another bishop that has a internet radio station in New York. And
so you're just aware of her, but y'all not friends?
No, yeah. And I was part of her, I was part of the broadcast. Okay. And that's where, I met her and stuff. And she got some strong points and stuff that I'm like, wow, okay.
Okay, I'll be putting you out in the pasture. I thought I was gonna have to put you out for real, but okay,
I don't know her personally. No, I don't.
What about the doctrine? That's what Leo should be going over right now. The doctrine.
I can't take Leo serious with this doggone picture.
Wait, my man threw me off.
Lost his mind. Something is going on here.
I think it's funny. While y'all talking, I thought it'd be funny entertainment. While y'all looking.
Alton sent me this right here. Did I play this?
I love it.
No, you didn't play it.
We're also finding tremendous abuse, waste, and fraud in Social Security.
Oh, the prophet is on.
What's happening there is going to be one of the great potential scandals in history. On the program, there are over 4.7 million Social Security numbers from people from 100 years old to 109. Think of that.
We don't even have that many
now, over 100. There aren't a lot of people that make it.
We don't
Hopefully, most of the people in this room will make it. But historically, you don't have thousands and thousands of people. But listen to this: 3.6 million people
he just
are on Social Security rolls from the age of 110 years old to 119. Do you think there are really that many? Those people are seriously old. But it gets worse. 3.47 million people are on Social Security from the age of 120 years old to 129 years old.
We don't even have
3.9 million people are on the age of Social Security from 130 years old to 139 years old. Now, the all-time record, I heard, is a woman who was 127 years old. That's the record.
There you go. Give women the credit.
From a certain country.
Push up the woman. Let her know.
They have actually people that live pretty long, actually. And
there you go. There you go. Give her a
she was 127 years old. That's pretty old. But we're topping her by millions of people. 3.5 million people from the age 140 to 149 years old. 1.3 million people.
No, I'm trying to get to they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
Please,
Berean, if you put that bag on dog stuff on here.
Oh, he rubs you real wrong, don't he?
You muted, Berean.
Bishop sister.
Who? Trump?
Trump.
Trump's an idiot. I can't even be in the same room with him and breathe the same air. He's an idiot. He's been an idiot for years, and y'all let an idiot in the White House. I like what Joy Reid said, and I had to look that up. She gave the word for when we have ignorant people in and maybe Leo because he's younger. When we have ignorant people in the government running the government, and she used a word I've never even heard of that. Something. Oh, I wish I could find it.
Where was her energy for Biden when his sleepy behind was in office?
You know what? It's so funny.
At least
on
Trump
MSNBC.
was
She came to
eating
that.
McDonald's fries. Joe sitting up there walking in the doggone Amazon. He had the G20
and
taking
sleepy as
pictures,
he was,
and he
said,
gone somewhere
"Our
else."
This big fat ox that we have here now as a president. This big half a ton of president we have here, a side of beef. At least he can't run nowhere.
Biden could not even process a thought.
Biden couldn't even walk up the steps on Air Force One. Please.
The man got shot in his ear, and then he got up talking about giving my shoes.
Do you remember when this moment happened during the debate? Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
This Leo last day. This Leo last day. I'm done.
Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Biden served over 30 years. He went up and up from level to level, and he sat there. And he's the one. There was other people that ran, and Kamala was running.
You're right. Running with the run-on sentences and everything. Bless her little soul. Being unburdened by the past.
Oh God! I want y'all to show. You remember what Trump had said he wanted to see? Can you imagine? He wanted to see Barack Obama's degree. You can't tell me that he was in classes when he got his degree. He was paying somebody. They handed him a degree. You
know what? I can agree with you. It's a possibility. Couldn't even spell chocolate because it was very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very bad.
Biden, please get out of here.
Hey,
and then
have you ever
demand to see Barack Obama? How disrespectful! When that man was even over the law review for Harvard Law Review.
Hey, y'all remember this?
I got a question for
Bishop. Y'all
Bishop, hey, have you ever watched collard greens in your bathtub?
I would never do that. Never.
That's what your girl said.
That's what Kamala did. They watched so much greens in the bathtub that she would see greens in her bathtub.
Kamala mama was an Indian. And black people don't play with how we clean our.
But she was the first African American female vice president.
Went to Howard.
But you know what? She had for African American. Her mother's an Indian. So if her mother didn't know how to wash collard greens, she ain't get that tradition. Her daddy was the black man.
But
do y'all remember this?
But okay.
Do y'all remember this?
Need to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do.
That's okay. And look at his face. Look at this one's face right here. That's why he didn't get. That's why. But he was sensible enough that he backed down and he put somebody else up.
He did not back down. He was upset. That's why his wife wore red and voted for Republican because they kicked her husband out. He was.
But you know what, Joe? Let me tell you something. At least Joe Biden woman looked like a woman. That daggone hat that what's her name is that Moldovan had on her head. She looked like a man. Trump men. That's why they had that video of him.
This is body shaming.
Excuse me. I'm finna be biased because me and Melania, we share the same birthday. And she is an exotic looking woman, but that lady be dressing. So you're not gonna come for her like that. Because Jill Biden, no ma'am. We're not gonna do that.
Girl,
now.
you go right ahead.
Bishop, now you know you wear them red bottoms, so don't you act like that. Don't you act like that. Don't you sit there. And you from New York too? I know them old big Bishop gaudy hats that y'all be wearing. You're not finna do her like that. No, ma'am.
No, sweetheart. We used to wear hats and stuff like that in church, but I haven't seen that in a while. I used to love hats, please. And Berea know I used to design hats. But this idiot, y'all keep putting them side by side. I don't care. Y'all can put them side by side from now till Jesus comes. The one on the left is an idiot. I want him to show me his degree.
And the one
I want to see his transcripts. Because you could graduate with a D. A C and a D. That's his average right there. When he couldn't spell chocolate and look at half, that's why he got Elon Musk and talking about, oh, he's so smart. He needed somebody. That's why Elon Musk's son X said that you ain't the president. You should
He
be
went.
sitting in that
See,
chair.
I told you, you looking at CNN. You sitting up there talking about you ain't looking at these old
no,
biased
I
outlets.
I
You
told
looking somewhere.
MSNBC.
You look not MD, not no.
Yes, I do. I just. How many times did I talk about Joy Reid?
Are you gonna watch
even
her
like
last?
Rachel
Did you watch her
Maddow.
last show? Did you watch her last syndicated show?
No, I didn't.
You didn't support her on that?
I sure was.
Oh,
but guess
no.
what? I missed it.
Oh,
And that was all because of DEI. And
that,
they got rid
wait
of
a minute. Wait,
Asian.
do you know her show is being replaced by Black people, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
if I'm not
maybe
mistaken,
it
and it was
is.
a woman.
But look how they
fired
threw
her.
out what's his name?
Oh my
They
God.
threw out the other guy.
But did she have good ratings?
Yeah, she's excellent.
No. See, you see how you answered that without hearing what I said? I said, did she have good ratings? Not if you liked her.
Oh no,
did
she
have good
does. Her
ratings?
shows was that's why a lot of people was mad because they got rid of her show because she speaks the truth.
Now,
She
again,
don't
you're
try
not. The
white
thing
it.
is, truth isn't popular.
But the
Truth shows get canceled all the time.
Hey, do y'all
Yeah,
remember this?
They get rid of a lot of shows, and guess what? I'm sure she could go on and just like what's his name? They'll do good with a podcast. I'm sure she'll make more money now that she's free.
Hey, Sister Bishop, you remember this?
The work that we do diplomatically with the leadership of Israel is an ongoing pursuit around making clear our principles. Well, let's start with this. On this subject, the aid that we have given Israel allowed Israel to defend itself
So what's
against
the point of
200
seeing
ballistic
this one
missiles
here?
that were just meant to attack the Israelis and the people of Israel. And I think that is the most recent example of why what we do to assist in their defense around military aid is important.
Do you know why they released this unedited interview?
I didn't even see this. What is this? What y'all?
Oh,
what is-
so 60 Minutes did an interview with Kamala Harris up into the election. They released an edited version. The word got around that they edited it severely before the election. They released the unedited because Trump asked them to and was suing them because they sent out an edited footage that made her look bad. If you watch the full video, it is horrible. Her responses. Yes, Gia, she's rambling.
But does he make them edit out and do whatever his thing when
He was on Joe Rogan for 3 hours.
Pig on there talking foolishness, and y'all still love it. Y'all still love him.
Trump
so
was on Joe
whatever.
Rogan for 3 hours. Kamala couldn't do it.
That's okay. What does that point makes him?
It
Does
shows
it make
that
him
she
less
can't
of an
speak.
idiot?
She's the same thing as Biden. She's a talking head.
A talking head for what?
Whoever is running the country, the Democrats, everyone that's in her cabinet, everybody else are running the country. She wouldn't be doing
Democrats was
anything.
running the country, Trump wouldn't have gotten in there. That's why I can't wait for midterms. I hope he's mad enough to get out there and vote. I hope so.
I hope. I don't know. It's looking real bad out here. It's looking real bad.
Well, you know what? When they just showed the report about when they was talking about that underground bunker and Trump had that foolish Elon standing up talking about they don't even have elevators to get out of there and they had to go rescue them. Y'all remember that report that was just out? He was railing against the bunkers where they keep our Social Security and do the paperwork for. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
There's an underground cave bunker. And Elon was saying that how the elevators break down and the people, they're not efficient or whatever. Well, the reporters rolled up into town. It's a little white Republican town. All of that, they have one restaurant. They roll up in the restaurant owner who fills the like the takeout for the bunker people and stuff. He said, we made the biggest mistake when we voted for Trump. Now his whole town, they're in jeopardy because they want to close down the only place that most of the people are employed by. I like somebody had put before elections. If you didn't understand the mission or whatever, after that ballot go in and we get what we don't want, it's no time to complain then. It's no time to complain then. So everybody who, I know a whole bunch of Red Letter, a matter of fact, that Red Letter, I wish he was up here right now. When we was at the meet and greet, he said our country can't have a female president because it would show weakness. a woman doesn't show strength. I said, do you know how many countries have women leaders? Well, it's not America. Oh my God. You know how many black men?
What is the stats for that? It's not as many, is it? I mean, I know
there's a bunch of countries that have women. It's not, we're gonna never outnumber men leaders.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Superpowers. The superpowers don't do that. The superpowers not gonna have that. They're not gonna have women leadership. Like China's not gonna do it. Russia not gonna do it.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't not like the woman vice president, but I definitely would say for the leading the charge, I would prefer for it to be a male.
What about this woman right here? This is the lady. Y'all saw this comment, right?
Okay, well, who is this putting this up?
Millions have put their trust in you.
This is not Dudamus. Who is this? This is Leo.
And as you
Leo
told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God.
Who cares about what this woman said? Why are we looking at it?
In the name of our God, I ask you.
She's a Christian.
To have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now.
She's a LGBTQ advocate pastor from a Presbyterian church.
And it's a whole bunch of them Episcopalians like that. So
right, but she's telling Trump to have mercy on them as a group.
I done told y'all what Hillel said. He said that if I'm not for me, then who's gonna be for me? If she LGBTQ or IA, of course she's gonna become talking about that. Somebody said, why didn't she say something about black people? That's not her issue. That's why we got black people on here today talking about our issues. So put somebody black up there talking about what we going through under the Trump administration. I would appreciate that.
Are you cool with Bishop Wooten? You cool with Bishop Wooten?
You just they had him on yesterday. Didn't y'all? That wasn't the man that y'all had on yesterday.
Yeah. You like his comments on Kamala?
That was the first time I really listened to him.
Whatever really?
His comments, so everybody can have their comments. So it's a free country. That's why I can ride on Trump's name right now on this show till y'all pass out. I don't care. Put him up what he said about Kamala. I don't care.
Bishop sister. So what as blacks, as African Americans or Black Americans, what have we lost or what are we losing now under this administration? That we didn't lose or have before?
Well, the veterans are suffering. They're losing.
Just black veterans or all veterans?
I can only speak for all veterans, I guess. I can only speak my daughter's father, my ex-husband is a veteran. I can only speak for that. And I'm only going to address what's for me. Like I keep giving y'all that same.
And so that's why my question was for you. Well, I was for you, but I was streamlining
to the grocery store and I'm paying $12 for a dozen eggs. That's an issue.
Because Biden killed all them chickens because of the flu.
Said from day one that he was going to lower the groceries. He's a liar, and the truth is not in him. Period.
Do you know what Kamala's plan was to do that? Do you remember what she said she was going to do?
Y'all Trump supporters, I am not.
Now, Bishop sister, you gonna stop that right there?
No, I'm not, because
we're having a conversation. We're asking questions.
You and obviously
I'm here, and I need to figure out how we're gonna go work through this thing, supporter.
I told you how we're gonna work through it. We got to get it to. We got to make it to midterm election.
But not what I can't go off of the Democratic ticket. Not with what they're pushing. I can't.
We don't even know who's going to be on the next ticket.
Listen, based off of the Democratic thing that they had not too long ago.
Did you see a name yet? I don't even know a name. You know a name? Who's running next? Who?
Hey, I don't know.
You said based on the name. What name?
I know they were doing the trying to find out, I guess, the leader for the Democratic Party or something along those lines.
Democratic convention. It's the
Oh God, Leo, did you see that foolishness?
Yeah, it was foolish. If we play that, it's bad. It's real bad.
Did you see the black lady on there singing?
Yes, she sang twice.
Ah, God, an embarrassment.
What does that have to do with who's going to be?
You look gullible.
Y'all know who's going to be on the next ticket?
No, we don't know yet, but that's what they're going through now.
The options
that who's going to be on the next ticket.
Yes, that's the issue. The options are a problem.
Have a next ticket because that Not that narcissist that's in there now said that we don't ever have to vote again.
That's why I keep asking you, do you remember what he was talking about when he said that? It does not mean, I think, what you're trying to insinuate it as. It's not going to, we'll continue to have votes. It's not that, if I'm not mistaken, that was not in regards to our constitutional right in voting. That was something
Yes, it
in
was.
regards. Oh, okay.
Yes, it was.
Never mind, no. You know it. You got it. You got it, big. You got it, Bishop sister.
Play that, Leo. Play that. You playing all this
Please
other
play it.
foolishness.
Please
Play
play
that,
it,
Leo.
and so she can hush on that one. The
Let
same
me
way
tell
you
y'all
ain't told me about
something.
them scriptures.
Y'all can believe what y'all want to believe. I can
mistakes.
believe what I want to believe. Thank God. Thank God for that. And what are we finished with this? What is Berean doing?
We're not just
Yeah, I'm about to play this. It's bad. I forgot. I mean, it's really bad. All
Who
right,
you
I'll
gonna
play
play?
it.
Don't play the Democratic, because if they didn't give a
It's
name for
bad.
the next vote, it doesn't matter.
No, it's for
because
the
that's
Democratic
what you was
convention
talking about.
committee.
She said if we gonna vote for whoever's on that ticket, and she was like, who's on the ticket? I didn't even hear anything.
You didn't see the committee? The highlight is for who's going to be the
name for the next vote, for the next
for
election?
president? For president?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
not for president. No.
Okay, then what are we talking about? That's what I'm talking about. I didn't hear a name, so how can I say I won't vote for them?
All right.
But Trump said that he gonna be there in that forever. So
I'm telling you, I'm not lost, honey. And my hope
all right, here we go.
Christ.
You know who this lady is, right?
Oh yeah.
All right,
Something that came up. I want to ask, we're going to continue to go forward. I want to ask specifically about something that came up during the election. And I will direct this question to you, Governor O'Malley, and to you, Mr. Martin. We're going to continue to go forward. About 1/3 of Donald Trump's advertising, campaign advertising in October of 2004. Pardon me. We'll wait a second.
I think this is what the lady that they're getting to replace the Joy Reid show.
Oh, she's good. She's good. She was good, and she was on the election for what's her name?
Yeah, I think it's further back, Leo, or up. Oh, did she say it right there?
She only got 10 minutes, or you know.
We shall overcome.
I'm sorry, y'all. The candidates are supposed to be, giving their pitch on why they should be elected.
She's a candidate. She a candidate for what? Elected for what? The president?
No, they were for the Democratic representative for the party. I think the Democratic Party representative. Oh gosh, it was horrible.
Oh well, she's not. I'm not voting for her in the election, so I don't know what I don't know what she might have felt like singing. I don't know.
But that's the point, though. It's like it's not a good representation of Democratic Party. This is the best y'all have to show.
The show for what? Is she running for something? Do you see somebody?
Yes, she's running for officer candidate. She's running to be on the officer committee.
The head of the DNC.
Yes, they're running for office positions. This is the problem.
Okay, well, we had some smart people ahead of the DNC, so.
But they don't show it. These are the people right here.
Okay, so where's the people for the Republican? What you call it?
They don't have to right now. They don't have to right now.
Okay, good. Because y'all have a dictator that's going to continue to fight to stay in office.
Oh,
I got a. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I got a question.
Oh Lord.
Here we go.
How you doing, Pastor Jay?
I'm doing pretty good, sis. And grace and peace to everybody else listening. I got a question. All right. So clearly we ain't gonna change laws or the way society's going, arguing here. But since we're talking about this, my question is this: we know, trying to remember we are Christians, right? So our Bibles say that ultimately sitting above all these governors and kings is our God, who sovereignly controls raising them up, set them down, raise up nations, and bring them down.
Amen.
So understanding that, assuming, let's say the worst, the way Sister Bishop's talking, let's say America's going to end real soon if it continues the way that she perceives Donald Trump is turning it. I personally feel there's some kind of take over the world spirit thing going on right now. But nevertheless, even if that was the case, even if we was going straight, we meaning America, going straight to hell, isn't this something that Christians, first of all, should be looking forward to, being that we say our Father's prayer, and there's a line in there that we ask the Father to bring His kingdom down to earth. Now require America fall. 2, if our God is sovereign over even Donald Trump, not forgetting that, and let's say He allows in His permissives for some people, the terminology.
Well, I mean, can I say
will,
before I walk? I'm gonna walk away. Jay, you vote? You teach your
I don't
vote?
No, we stay out of that mess for this very reason.
Like
okay, then I don't know why.
We learn
why is he talking about
the
the
reason,
voting and what you
I'm not talking about
do
the
if you don't
voting.
vote?
I'm not talking about the voting. I don't care about the voting. I don't care about the voting. I'm here to talk about to Christians, whether you participate or don't participate, but everybody's all in a panic and arguing about corrupt things that happens on both sides. Both candidates, no matter what side they're coming from, when they are running for office, they make many, many promises, and not all of them are ever fulfilled. There are some things that they do say, like, for example, you brought up that President Trump said he would lower the groceries. He just got inaugurated January, the 20th? Right?
He made 108 executive
Yeah,
orders.
I understand that, but hold on. He just got inaugurated last month, maybe a month ago.
Right.
And so, obviously, to bring about all the promises, there's other things that got to happen. So, nevertheless, that means be patient. If God decides He wants your groceries to be cheaper, but the point is that if the groceries don't become cheaper, if He runs America into the ground, him and Elon Musk and all this other stuff, if all this stuff just goes to hell, then what are we supposed to do? How long are we going to keep arguing about how corrupt people is? What is the Christians here, the black ones, what are we supposed to do here?
I told y'all what I'm waiting. I'm waiting for midterm elections.
See that?
Pastor Jay, I'm with you.
Hold on, Sister Sheila. I want to read this passage because this is what's happening. I asked, what is Christians supposed to do if God allows this nation to go to hell? That's something we expecting, by the way, as Christians. We're not expecting America to keep lasting. At some point, it's coming down. Now, so with that being a point, the Lord said this in Psalms, because I asked what a Christian's supposed to do. She said, y'all already told you what I'm going to do. And her title's Bishop's sister, but she's talking about wait till the midterm elections. Psalms 146:3 says, don't put your trust in princes, in human beings who cannot save you. So if America's going down to hell, and God is allowing this because, well, Christ got to come back at some point, or He just want America to go down. It ain't like it's a holy nation. And concerning the black community,
amen, you're right.
Like the black community is a holy community. We might have some black Christians. That's why I asked what Christians supposed to be doing. But the black community as a whole in America continues to war with God. What do you think He's going to do at some point? You don't think He's going to make life harder?
Well, Pastor Jay,
did y'all hear or heard of Prophet Giles? He's a prophet that goes around and stuff, and he said that America, we're facing this, and I listened to what he said, and I said I could agree with that. He said we're facing this because we're in judgment. And why are we in judgment? Because God, number one, talked about how we're supposed to handle the stranger. Number two, the widows and the widows and the orphans. Number two, 7 points. And
so we're not in judgment because we've forgotten God. It's about
this was never a Christian nation. Y'all are delusioned.
It was not a full. It was built off of some Christian principles. You can't deny that.
This was never a Christian nation.
Right. So if it's never been a Christian nation, why are you putting your hope in midterm elections to change the way your life is going? So
I fall on my knees. I pray to the Most High God for Him to change my life. But still, I could be actively engaged in what's going on here. And my active engagement is that when I go to that ballot, I post what I feel would be better, the best direction for this country to go in. That's why I go and I vote.
Well, that's the thing, is you don't know the best direction that the country should go in. See, us Christians have the solution as to what mankind should do and how God desires for us to live. America, there's no repentance for America. Don't expect this nation to turn into a Christian nation, because the first thing they got to do when they turn into one is to outlaw all other religions here, because God allows for religious tolerance. That's the first thing. 2, after they get rid of religious tolerance, which is never going to happen here, but if they was to do it, there'd be a mass war that will break out in this land that will only bring the kingdom down further. 3, for Christians who are living here, there was another thing that was brought up about this dictator. There are brothers and sisters in the world that literally live under dictators right now. We don't live under a dictator type or monarchy government, but there are brothers and sisters in the world that have Bibles like us, who are Christians like us, who actually live under those type of systems. Now, what does God desire how their lives should be, being that they live under dictators? They can't control whether there be a dictator or not. God controls that. But nevertheless, the way they should live their life should mirror the way we should live our lives, even though we don't live under a dictator. So that way, if they become a dictator here, your conduct is to remain the same. You're getting nowhere to continue to complain and murmur, argue with one another, and then put your trust in votings, because it doesn't matter who gets put in office. God decides who gets put in office, and he then decides how our lots in life will be. We need to start talking about contentment, what it looked like, and the hand that we're dealt. How do we live righteously, godly with the things we got? Because remember, these rights are but privileges, and they were voted in, and they could be voted out.
You're going back to the question that I actually asked way earlier in the live. What should we as believers be doing? Because we already agreed both the system is corrupt. There are different things that's going on, but how are we as believers, how are we to respond to these things?
Somebody just said, I'm sorry, hold on. Somebody just said, right, 70 Christians just got beheaded in the Congo.
Yep.
Oh, and God, if God is in charge of everything, he got them in the Congo and he put them over here. If God put people over here where you could be a citizen and you have a right, them Jews wanted to murder Paul. He wanted to go to Rome to talk to he had a right. He was a citizen. And he took, as a believer that believed in the sovereignty of God, he took his rights as a Roman citizen to get certain things done. I want to go to Rome.
He was aware of it. You have to be aware of that.
Yeah, he did. Let me ask this question. Why did he use it? What did the Lord say to him well before that event took place?
He already knew he had to go through persecution, but God ain't tell him to do that. He was in a place as a citizen that he had his right when they beat him and tried to put him out of the back. He's like, nah, y'all ain't finna just beat us and put me out the back. As a citizen, he had certain rights and he wanted to use those rights. We're in America as believers. If we have right now, if you don't believe in voting, like the Jehovah's Witness and other people, and God's sovereign, I don't even think you could complain if you got a right to vote. Your rights haven't been taken away, and you got a right to vote, and you don't want to. I don't think you can complain at all. But if they're telling us, well, pick one, two, or the less of the evil, some people say, well, I'll pick whoever's closer to the biblical faith, and some people believe that Trump is moving in that direction.
So the reason I asked that question is because the Lord had told Paul,
nothing wrong with exercising your rights. Thank you. That's all we're saying. If God put us in America, this good American, we got the rights over here, we can do it. If God
and I have a right to
wanted us to get our heads chopped off in the Congo or be under dictatorship, he would have us there.
Here's the thing, is that two things. One to the comment that I just mentioned. You might have rights, but you need to learn when to lay them down. That's the Lord taught us that. Didn't the Apostle Paul taught the Christian church that? So just because you got a right, don't mean you fight for your rights. You need to understand when to lay them down. This is what 1 Corinthians was all about. When he's talking about the meats and all that and what you eat and how you, Romans 14, all the things people want to bring up. It was teaching us how to lay down rights out of consideration for other people and not causing disunity and all these other things.
So who are we laying down our rights to consider whatever's going on? I need you to explain that. I'm laying down my rights.
So let me also say this part so I don't forget it, and I'll come back to your question. So also, when Paul, we got one passage where Paul makes use of, or maybe two, somebody can argue, a passage where the Apostle Paul, say I appeal to Caesar or used his Roman citizen right. But I asked the question, I said, what did the Lord say to him before that? Remember the Lord, when Paul was being converted, the Lord said, you was going to be a witness to me both to the Jews, to Gentiles, and to the kings and rulers. So now when you go through the book of Acts and see his life, he getting persecuted by the Jews, and then he turns to the Gentiles and blah, blah, blah. And then he's talking to the Gentiles, and then the Jews, and everybody start hemming him up, when he was sticking at the feast, or not the feast, at the ritual. And then when he's mistreated and didn't want to get killed by the Jews, he said, he'd rather go appeal to this Gentile authority. This is how the Lord opened up the door for him to be able to fulfill the will of the Lord that said he would witness to both Jews, Gentiles, and those rulers. So, so I'm gonna leave that right where it's at. But my main focus is what I just finished saying before that, and to Sister Bishop question is, we might have rights and privileges. That's all rights are, the privileges, but they can be taken away, and not only be taken away by force, but there are times where you have to learn how to lay them down. And so now, Sister Bishop, for example, let's say a person, let's say I'm black. Of course I'm black, but let's say I'm going down to some restaurant, and let's just say somebody who owns it is white and they hate black people. And then I walk up to the door, and then they say, "We don't serve your kind here."
What would you do? What would you do?
Well, I just won't go eat there. There's plenty more food for me to eat. So the point is I don't have to stand there and fight with them about letting me into their establishment because they decide they don't want to serve me. Instead, I'll go somewhere else where somebody wants to serve me. I'll take my money there. It's as simple as that. I don't have to argue with these racist people to change their views about me. I can't change their views about me. Only God can change their views about me.
So you're taking us back before civil rights.
Deborah, but
you
Bishop sister, wait a minute. Bishop sister, hold on. This is the other pastor that felt that Harriet Tubman and them was wrong for escaping slavery and coming up north. He felt the slaves should have been comfortable, but Pastor Jay's a little different.
Wait a minute. What did you say?
You heard what I said. He believed that Harriet Tubman was wrong for staying on slaves, letting slaves go free. He felt they should have stayed there. Nat Turner was wrong for fighting and letting the thing go.
Listen, irregardless of what somebody might think about something I said, but the proof is in the pudding. Somebody lied, said they had a vision from God and that he was going to lead people out of Egypt and slavery and all this stuff. And look at what happened to them. So, it caused other people that had nothing to do with it to be worse or persecuted and even killed. So, and a lot of these laws that people complain about, like the anti-reading and literacy laws and stuff.
She left.
She left. That came after that revolt, by the way. And it was because they made everybody paranoid because of the revolt that took place. So here's the thing: when you war against God, okay, he makes life harder. If he did it to Israel, he'll do it to us. Now he had
Pastor Jay,
our learning.
Did you hear what you just said though?
What I just said?
You said that happened because they made everybody paranoid.
That the revolt inspired the anti-literacy laws that took place in some regions.
Okay.
It wasn't all worldwide, but in some regions.
Can that same thing happen in terms of the Civil War and why the Civil War happened?
What do you mean? As far as what?
There's been connections in terms of the slave revolts, people actually escaping, going to the North, and their justifications for ending slavery because they saw a moral issue within it, and the slave revolts were causing a lot of issues for many plantations.
Mm-hmm.
So they needed to trigger a war to a degree. Certainly, the slave plantations did trigger a lot of the slave revolts did trigger a lot of things to push us towards the Civil War. So, I know you're saying that it didn't really do much, but technically, if you're looking at the sovereign God, we know God understands that there are specifics that came to putting stress on slave owners to where they needed more unilateral authority in their regions, and knowing that they can escape to the North with freedom. Then, we can't just have the North that is free that way. We need to have a war to unilaterally do this and keep doing what we want to do. Because people say, I could just keep escaping and go to the North.
Right. Everything's a cause and effect. And that's the point that I'm making, is that despite the stuff that goes on around us or in this nation, or laws that's enforced or taken away, they remove some laws and privileges, are we as Christians supposed to, for example, just give you a clear example, just here on this platform, whenever these topics come up, 99% of the time it's spent complaining about the stuff that took place. Who's ever gotten up here and talked about, all right, well, listen, our Lord is sovereign over these things. This is a lot that we have right now. Things are very hard and we're suffering, but encouraging the brothers and sisters how to endure these things, and so they don't follow up. This got a lot of black people caught up in that Black Lives Matter protest thing too, because it was disguised as justice, and everybody was raising up their fists and hands. Black Lives Matter. Christians were arguing with one another, and then guess what? Under the radar, while everybody's so pro-justice, they were instituting LGBTQ stuff and all that. Y'all was helping that movement. So my point is that
Pastor Jay, just to your point, I was trying to get to that point to push us back to what should we do as believers.
Right. So, for example, the example that was brought about the groceries. First of all, disrespecting the leaders of your nation, right? The commandment of the Lord says, even if, don't disrespect the leader or speak evil of the leader of your people. The Apostle Paul did that when he was among the Sanhedrin, when he yelled out against the priests. He was corrected. He repented of it. He brought it up even when he was among Agrippa. He said, the Jews can't accuse me of nothing except that one time I yelled out in the council. And so that was evil thing, because it teaches lack of respect for those who God has put in charge to govern you. See, if Bishop Sister, the way she was talking, if she talked that way among us, how'd she talk about people how'd she talk about him in front of people of the world? And if she disrespects him like that and make these accusations of rape and all this other stuff that ain't been confirmed, when these things are said, then other people take that and do that. That causes slander and gossip. And so for Christians, we're not to do that. So number one is the way that we're to respond is not by running our mouths as some people do, putting his face on donkeys and being disrespectful, even to the picture on the screen right now with former President Joe Biden. Yeah, he was out of his rockers a lot of times. We can all see it. But nevertheless, the man is worthy of respect. If he cross your path, you salute him. You show honor where you give honor where honor.
Wait. So in terms of your honor, how do you show honor?
Well, I just gave one example with the man pass you you meet him or whatever case is. You salute him and you greet the man and show him respect, which is supposed to come from your heart. Meaning you're supposed to view.
But I'm saying, like you said, salute, like example, like there are customs in which you're speaking of.
Okay, in America, you go like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're speaking of American custom in which you salute someone. But again, if you're saying that they're I'm trying to understand, how far do you go with that measure? If Joe Biden or another leader like the Antichrist, do you salute him? Yes or no? If you do salute the Antichrist, wait.
Yes.
If the Antichrist comes on the scene, you salute and respect the Antichrist. Yes or no?
The Antichrist already on the scene.
I'm talking about. So you don't believe the little Antichrist is coming?
I believe he's here already.
All right. So if you met him and you knew he was him, would you salute him if he was a world leader?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. You don't have to agree with the evils that they do, and you ain't got to participate in the evils they do. But you show the respect, though. So, and this is the same warning that the Lord gave regarding us and angels, even the evil angels. Right? Not even Michael the archangel spoke some crazy mess against even Satan. He said, "The Lord rebuke you." So there are those who have such disrespect for leaders and even angels that they would even slander the angels as well. And this is what the apostles warn us about. But the point is this: give an example about the groceries, for example, something that you can't really control, and he may fulfill that promise next week. We don't know. But the point is that right now we've been accustomed to groceries being high. Go to work. May the Lord bless the work of your hands. Buy what you can afford. And if you lack, that's why it's important that you be among a body of believers, because God makes some poor, some rich, some have abundance, some lack, so you can just share with one another. That's the hope. That's how there's not a needy person when you read in Acts, when it said there wasn't a needy person among them. It wasn't because they relied upon Rome or relied upon Jerusalem. It's because there was some that had abundance among them, and there was some that were poor and lacked. But because they were, as a body, sharing all things in common, everybody had what they needed. So then when I ask how Christians should act in a nation that's making groceries higher, that's taking away privileges, let's say they take away the right of free speech. And let's say they decide to persecute anybody who say anything derogatory or negative about the president. We're going to argue on Berean's channel. What are you going to do? If you kept God's commandments, you wouldn't do it anyway.
In terms of arguing,
If they made a law in force and said we're going to persecute or imprison anyone who speak any derogatory slander or what they perceive as slander, or misleading statements or accusations or whatever against the president. What are you Christians going to do? If you kept God's commandments, you wouldn't do it anyway. So why would we be here arguing about the fact they took away the right of free speech? You don't go to jail for saying hello.
no one's arguing that though. No one's arguing that.
That's one of the rights everybody be bugging out about.
But I'm saying like today, no one's arguing that.
Well, I'm just talking in general. We're
Oh,
talking
gotcha.
about rights in general. So my point is, if they took away the right of free speech, if you had the kind of mouth that God commands you to and follow the example of Christ, you don't got to worry about the fact that they took away right of free speech. Because you know why? You won't be talking derogatory and spreading slander and gossip and stuff like that online or in person. And then two, you don't go to jail for saying hello. You don't go to jail for saluting and show respect. You don't go to jail for being quiet and learning when to speak and not to speak. So that's the point I'm saying is, if we focused upon the Lord's commands and spend our time talking about that and in a world that's dark and persecuting us and all this stuff, whether it be directly or indirectly, because if God decided to, like what he did among Israel, when he decided to punish the evildoers in Israel, did not Daniel and the other righteous prophets suffer with him? They did, but the Lord saw them through it. So the same thing here. Look at the black community. We black here, most of us at least. We black. Y'all seen y'all community a couple of weeks ago? Ain't they been online? They not like us in all day? Ain't they been doing all this other stuff half naked? You know, how long you think it's going to be until God smack you again? That's the only thing I agree with the black Hebrew Israelites about, is the reality that when men continue to war against God and don't keep his commandments, God will take vengeance. And we teach that from the New Testament. But it's like, I don't know, maybe people think, oh, God taking vengeance would be make that person who did evil sin, or I mean, not sin,
Wait.
but
I gotta ask you a question, Pastor.
he has privileges and rights and bring your nation down too.
Pastor, I just want you to clear something up real quick. I just want to make sure. Just some a little pushback a little earlier. So I asked you a question about the Antichrist.
Yep.
And you said you will show him respect, and you mentioned the salute. So in your worldview, because even though he is the Antichrist and because he's the Antichrist, it does not matter that he's Antichrist because he's a leader in the world. So you will still respect him because of his role in the world, no matter what biblical prophecy says about him.
Yes, because biblical prophecy is about what he would do and how Christians should endure it. It has nothing to do with how you treat him while he's doing the things he's doing. So, for example, even if the Antichrist is on earth and I see the evil stuff he's doing, I still would do evil if I was to rob the man, or if I was to slander him, or if I was to do anything that's contrary to God's commandments, even against the Antichrist.
So like example, there are people that believe you can take the mark of the beast because the Antichrist says you can.
I don't believe that, because
why not?
If you take that mark, excuse me, you take that mark on your forehead or your hand, which has to do with your thoughts and your character and will and desires, and then your hand, which represents your deeds. If you align yourself with him, that's why I said all those who worship, or all those whose names are not written in the Lamb Book of Life, will worship the beast. So these are all people who belong to the evil one. That's why they accept that mark. So any Christian or pastor or whatever that says you can take the mark of the beast and still go to heaven, those are some false teachers.
Yeah, respect you. That's why I asked a clarifying question on salute. Like, what do you mean? Like, how would you kind of show honor? You said you will salute him. That was to Joe Biden.
Right.
But in terms of like the Antichrist, the reason I took it to that extreme is because if you're going to say that because of their world leader and scripture says we're supposed to respect them, you're of course drawing a line based on what they do in regards to scripture in terms of doing something that is against scripture. Now, that would then be subject to how certain people talk about what certain laws are. You have to interpret law then, Pastor Jay. You have to do that.
Do what?
If you're going to interpret, you're going to have to interpret law if they're going to do something that is against scripture, are you not? Because they pass a law that is against scripture, you have to interpret if it's against scripture or not, correct?
Yes.
So, example, if there are certain laws that are pushed by Joe Biden, and he says, hey, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do this, do you still show respect to them and obey those or no?
What rules? I mean, well, give me an example then.
Example. If he says that, I don't know if your kids go to public schools,
They don't.
But they're if
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, if you have your kids in public schools, based on the education you are, they will have LGBTQ doctrines, and they'll say it is okay to teach this to your children, and it is right. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I would disagree that is right, and then I got a
Got-
decision I got to make in regards to my kids.
Got you. So that's why I would say if you will make a decision, is that showing respect to your leaders, even though we know it's against scripture? How do you show respect?
Right. So yeah, so that's the distinction I was making, and I saw
Pastor Mike, yes.
Pastor Mike. Question is, you never side with ungodliness. That's why I said when I was talking about the Antichrist, I said even if he was on the earth, I show respect to him because he's a world leader, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with the evil that he does or follow it. So to answer your question is the example like with the public school thing is no, it's not right. That's the first thing. Two, I didn't have to make a decision. I didn't make the schools, and I don't run the government. So I got to make a decision in regards to where my kids will be. And so since I don't want those type of things, and that's one of the reasons why my kids don't go to public school, we homeschool them. Now we got the privilege because the state that we're in, we get to homeschool. Some brothers and sisters are not in states that allow them to homeschool. I don't know how many states there's left that don't allow it, but I know there's some that don't. But this is the other thing, like I tell other brothers and sisters or when I'm teaching, is that this earth or world is not your home. You're not cemented to a particular location. If they're so evil and they're trying to force feed this corrupt bullcrap to your children, your job from God is to protect your kids and train them up in the way of the Lord. So you either gonna sit there and complain and fight them all the time, or like you would do for a job opportunity, get up and move and go somewhere that provides you the opportunity. Either take them to another school, move to another location, get to the school, or Lord's will, move yourself to a place that allows for the privilege of homeschooling. So there's other choices that can be made by believers, but no, you don't agree with the corrupt policies or even follow them. And that's where the scripture talk about in those cases that we rather obey God than men.
Got you. So, like I said, I'm gonna play this game just because we have a discussion.
Okay.
So, Pastor Mike, I'm gonna ask the question. I see the comment you made. Bowing is seen as a sign of respect, correct? In certain cultures. So we could interpret bowing as a sign of respect in the Asian culture. Like I said, I think the act, that's what I'm saying. Like when we say certain things, I think it's going to be hard to kind of delineate what respect is because it's subjective to the culture. Because like even then, like I don't want to kneel to someone, but kneeling in the culture could be a sign of respect. Is it not?
Yes.
In Asian culture, it's a sign. You bow to someone, you're showing a sign of respect, right?
Yes.
But it's about your heart, right? That's I would say that, correct?
What is about your heart?
In terms of like having a allegiance with someone, like you're in a complete agreement with somebody.
Are you saying allegiance is respect? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying in terms of showing signs of respect is subjective to your culture. Allegiance is not. You know you're in alignment with somebody regardless of a culture if you believe what they believe or agree with what they agree with. It doesn't matter what cultural norms you have. Yes. But that's what I'm trying to show you is that when you speak of certain things, saluting in one aspect to you could just be I'm showing you a sign of respect, but also saluting could be a sign of allegiance too.
No.
Why not?
Okay, so for example,
yes, it's about your heart. That's what I'm saying. It's about your heart and your intent. If you show respect to someone, that's what I'm saying. Like it, I don't have to salute. I don't have to salute Joe Biden. I can walk right past him. I can still show response and respect. I don't have to salute him because saluting could be a sign of agreement.
Okay, so to what? You're not
him.
You're walking down the road. The president walks past you, and you saying if you greet him and show some sign of respect, you know, hello, Mr. President.
Show some sign of respect and subjective to the person you're talking to.
That means you're in allegiance
Yeah,
with them?
shaking a hand is a great example. I'm glad you said that. Shaking a hand is no issue there. But saluting in certain aspect, in certain example, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you salute like you was in the Army, correct? Marines, I don't know what you were in.
I was in the Air Force.
Did you salute your governing or your head like position leader or role leader? Like you saluted them, correct?
Right.
What was that reason? Why did you salute them?
It was a sign of respect of their authority.
Of their authority, right?
Yeah.
Were you in agreement with them too?
But depending on what they were saying.
Like example, if you're about to leave out after something has been given, you will salute them after a directive has been given, right?
Okay.
What does that mean? You're in agreement with them. So I'm saying that gesture, it doesn't. Okay. All right.
No, that's what I'm saying is, so for example, shaking a hand is what people do also when they make deals. So if shaking a hand means allegiance, that it only means that in the context that y'all are making an agreement about something. But if I just see a person at the grocery store, for example, and see them and say, "Hey, how's it going, sir?" That handshake isn't about us making an agreement. That handshake is about showing respect or greeting a person. So the same thing with saluting. President walks by, see him, "Hello, Mr. President." That's not, "I agree with all your policies." No, that would, if y'all was in some cabinet meeting, and then, for example, hand clapping, which is normally something we associate with celebration, but also it also, depending on why you're hand clapping, would mean agreement.
Intent is a key. That's what I'm saying. Intent is key.
Context, not intent. Intent is about somebody's heart and what they're thinking. But
that's what I'm saying. You're saying somebody can clap hands doesn't mean they're intentionally in agreement with everything you stand for. Yes.
Listen to what I'm saying. Intent has to do with the individual's own thoughts. You can't determine a man's inward intention just based off of the outward act alone if the context don't match. So for example, if I'm in a grocery store once again and I see an officer and I greet the man and I shake his hand, that shaking of a hand to this guy that I'm meeting in the store does not mean I agree with all the police policies, including the corrupt ones. That just means I'm showing respect to this particular person I'm talking to. Now, if I'm in a meeting with police and the heads of the chief of police, and they're going over these rules and things they want to enact, and they say, "All right, who's all with this?" And then I'm like, "All right, sir," and I shake his hand. Then that's showing a sign. That's then in that context is a sign of agreement. So intent has to do with intent has to do with the person's own desire and will. But I'm talking about the outward act of saluting or shaking a hand. So if the context don't match, then you can't just then assume that they're in agreement just because they shook hands. They didn't have a conversation about anything to agree about.
But that's what I'm trying to show to you. Like if you're not bowing down to someone, but if you don't know the context, somebody bows to someone, is that a sign of agreement or honor?
If you're just coming to like a king and you say, "Good day, sir," or you come before a queen and you do like this, that's not saying I agree with all your policies. That just means I'm showing respect to your authority, ma'am or sir. That's all that means.
But then still the bow can then represent agreement though too, correct?
In a different context, yes.
Got you. So it's all about context. So it doesn't matter what you do to honor someone as long as you do something.
No, it matters because, for example, using your own example, if you go to Asia and the sign of respect when you come before the king is bow, you can't go there with a mindset of, "Well, I don't gotta bow. It's about my intent, and I can do anything." And you go up in there and you be like, "Yo," you know what's gonna happen? Somebody might smack you. They might take that as a sign of total disrespect, and you'll be in prison somewhere. So this is what the apostle talked about, for example, when he talked about when he went to certain places dealing with the Jews or the Gentiles, how he lived as they did, so he wouldn't offend them while he's trying to win them to Christ. So if the custom, when you greet a king, is to bring a gift, for example, I don't in this culture or whatever case, and I'm going there as evangelist or just visit or wherever, but I get summoned to I want to seek out the king, favor or something. The last thing I want to do is show up with no gift. So you bring a gift. So you bypass being beat up or something, and you would show respect to the people who are in authority. But that doesn't mean you agree with the fact that the person you're showing respect to also leads a nation that is an idolatrous nation. That doesn't mean I agree with idolatry. Just because I showed that king respect when I greeted him. So that's what I'm talking about is, brothers and sisters, when you read 1 Corinthians and Romans, even Romans 14 that people want to bring up, and the apostle talked about those who were weaker, those that were stronger, and all this. He talked about rights that believers have, which we have the right to eat anything under the New Testament. Nothing's off limits except for food sacrificed to idols and things sprinkled with blood. Other than that, nothing's off limits. There is no "thou shalt not eat pork" in the New Testament. But though you have that right, you shouldn't live your life as, "Well, it's my right." So now, in the context of fellowship meal, and you got a young in the faith brother, sister who came from under the First Testament, still think pork is unclean, and you get there and you want to argue for 30, 45 minutes about the fact you got a right to eat this pork, you don't have a right then to do it, because the commandment is to walk in love. You don't have the right to hate. So that's what I'm talking about, is that it's more than just having a right. You got to know and use wisdom when it's time to lay things down willingly, like the apostle talked about in Hebrews.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it, Pastor J. It's it is what it is. Now, y'all know I like Pastor J. Pastor J came up on here. Now they talking. The back chat. My man just said, Berean, 100 people just said what he said to the Antichrist. You gonna let that go? Like he gonna give honor to the Antichrist in front of 100 believers? This is beef. It's always gonna be beef. All right. Well, we're gonna shut it down. He gonna go, do his live or whatever. And this is for continuous discussion. And he's gonna go and just, do whatever. I don't know, y'all. I appreciate it. You want to say anything, little mother? Thank you for jumping on. I knew you was gonna come on. I apologized 2 days ago to you when we was gonna go live. I said it might go a little bit left. But you want to say something before we get out of here?
You did. It was a good discussion. I understood. I understood a little bit where Jay was going, but I always, me, I'm always going to fall back on, as believers, how do we move and what do we do? How do we respond to what's going on in our personal lives, in society, and how do we respond according to the word of God? That's the most important thing. But no, it was a good discussion. And I think we should have these discussions because we have different thought processes. We're in different areas. We're affected differently. So we do need to have these conversations so that we can come back and be centered based off of what the word of God has to say about it. So, and I think Pastor Jay said some sound things. Again, the method or the delivery can be hard to swallow. And so as a pastor, he would learn how to present those case by case to the individual so that they can receive it.
All right, you want to pray and close us out? I appreciate y'all. He said he sent the video. I think let me see if I can get into that Berean. I think I can get into that Berean teach, but BereanTeach@gmail.com. We appreciate y'all prayers and support and stuff like that. Come on, little mother. If you don't have any other words, like I said, you can just pray us out.
All right. Father, we thank you. We thank you for this day, the day that you have made, Lord. We are so grateful that you allowed us to wake up on this side of the grave, another day to give you glory and to give you honor, another day to declare that Jesus is Lord, he is the King, another day for us to submit our hearts and our minds to you, another day for us to declare your goodness and tell someone about your love, about what Jesus came and did for us, to speak to us about redemption. Father, we are so grateful that we can come and we can dialogue. We might get a little rowdy, but again, we want to provoke one another into good works. And so we just thank you even now for this platform that you've given us, and that we will, one, govern ourselves accordingly. But again, as believers, the Bible says they'll know that you're my disciples because of the love that you have one for another. So just because we might raise our voices, that don't mean that we don't love one another. So we thank you that you're continuing to show us how to love one another and show and demonstrate that love. Father, we pray that you will continue to be with Brother Berean. We thank you for keeping him. We thank you for bringing back these lives, which a lot of us was missing. But we thank you that we have a place where we can come and we can dialogue and we can learn, and our hearts can be changed and our minds can be changed. And above all, we can look unto you, the author and the finisher of our faith. Be with us for the rest of the day, and let everything go as planned. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate you. I'll give you a ring later on. I see so many people here. Shout out to Jason Brown, Elder Green. I'll call him later on. But I appreciate the comments. I see Pastor Mike in here. We always appreciate Deacon Jones. I see Terrence Jones in here. Leo, I appreciate you, brother, jumping on. Detroit just, we rocks with Detroit. Now we might go back and forth, and we might have to have Dunamis talking about a council. He want to call for ecumenical council. We need a council with him and Roger. and sit down and figure out what we're gonna do with these two. Them two been back and forth for a couple of years now. But like little mother said, it's all in love. We appreciate Detroit. Leo will jump on anytime, wherever he is, when he can. I appreciate Muck Runner. Gotta give it to Dispensational Tim. People don't like it, but that's my man. He gonna come on here. And I said, and I told him, I don't know why. I told him, I said, now I'm gonna let you rock out. I know it's gonna be a problem, but I said, I'm gonna let you rock out, and I'm not gonna bring Muck Running them up there. At least not yet. I'm gonna let you lay everything out. Here comes Dunamis. I waited all day for him yesterday up in this place before I had to go back to the other spot. I'm like Cinderella. It's crazy, but well, that's another whole story. And I waited and waited, didn't hear nothing from Dunamis. Then I end up looking down at the phone. He getting at it. Ella Green actually called me. Him and Roger going at it in the back chat. I told him I don't press that button in that back chat unless I'm there. But Dunamis is hard-headed. He gonna do what he want to do. I appreciate Red Letter. I see you in there. We praying for you and Judah Rise, Ryan Harris, everybody in the back chat. I was trying to play some of Elder Wiggins so we can keep going. He said, calling the council for everything else. Woo-wee. But we're going to keep going with these things. I appreciate Bishop's sister. She's going to come on. Her thoughts are different, but there's so many believers from there's so many Bible believers that meet in here that come from different traditions, and we read scriptures a little differently. You know, there's no hate there. Some people may, say I'm wrong for bringing Pastor Jay on, and it could be beef, but I do love the brother. I see not lyrically outspoken. Shout out to him. I see a couple of people in here. Oh, GLO, Jesus, we appreciate you on Walking the Light Extreme BK. Biting my tongue, all these now laters. Like I said, Dispensational Tim. I see so many people in here. If I didn't say you by name, most excellent. If I didn't say you by name, charge it to my head, not my heart. I'm gonna get out of here. We got more stuff coming up. We're gonna start doing some stuff on another channel, on the other channel, should I say? And we're gonna give y'all more information on that. I'm gonna pick it up with the history. We're a family. I'm gonna pick it up with the history of the craft of Freemasonry, that Illuminati, how that plays in with the church and religion and politics. It's a big thing. If we have rights, what should we do? Some people say, well, Pastor Jay sound like Jehovah's Witness. They don't want you to take a blood transfusion. They don't want you in the military. They don't want you to vote. But then some people want the benefits of that. Biblically speaking, good to see you, Elder. It is what it is. Like I said, $ Berean Teach. If y'all want to support Berean Teach Gmail in the email, if y'all want to send any information, and we're gonna try to share some things. We'll pick it up tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can pull up some videos from Elder Green. But Sunday morning, I'm gonna have to travel. So we're gonna. As a matter of fact, I might do that. I might do one from Elder Green and one from Pastor Mike tomorrow. The best Pastor Mike y'all got. Y'all got something y'all can recommend that we dealt with this week that Pastor Mike taught on. I'll play the video here tomorrow. But tomorrow Saturday, I think Saturday, and Sunday we'll be traveling. We'll figure it out. I love y'all. Good night.